I have no clue. Hopefully this doesn't sound terrible because y'all know sometimes when I got both of these rooms open, my mics be crossing. I plan on getting me another computer so that way I won't have to worry about them crossing over, considering that I want to be in all the courtrooms all the time. It's probably time for me to invest in another computer. Um, okay, let me get this up. Um, um, Law and crime shorts. I don't know why I'm going to shorts. I'm like all over the place. Oh, here we go. Let me get to her website. Videos live. Okay. Here we go. Day 4. Gosh, it took me like forever to find it. Good grief. Share. Yeah, I heard some good stuff happening in this trial yesterday. Dang it.
It's akin to a mugshot.
Okay, so we are in here and we are watching.
Garb or cell block garb. And for that reason, we are objecting to the use of those 3 photographs as they are prejudicial in the sense that they look like a mugshot. So then there's a whole nother issue, but I don't know if you want to deal with that first.
Yeah, let's deal with the photographs first. So let me pull 238, 239, and 129.
129.
Hang on. Well, they're all part of the same sequence.
Yes.
I believe so.
The photos were taken by evidence specialist Mohammed Salamie on March 25th, 2025 at around 5:40 p.m.
Okay, Mr. Garner, the state's position on defendant's motion to preclude.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, State's Exhibit 129 was the head-on direct photograph of the defendant. The original intention for this photo was just as a documentation of who Mr. Salamie recovered the buckle swab from. That being said, so State's Exhibit 238 and 239 show the defendant's side profile from right and left views. As the trial and the evidence is developed, it has become clear that defense intends and is claiming self-defense in this case. And these photos show the extent and the severity of the defendant's injuries on the date after the incident. Essentially show very, very minimal, if any, injuries to the defendant. So they're highly relevant to rebut the claim of self-defense. The level of potential prejudice is not high as, well, it's been clear to the jury after the testimony yesterday that the defendant was in custody. The risk of unfair prejudice does not substantially outweigh the high probative value. So these photos should be admitted.
This one taken as well, so it's okay. I mean, the prejudice of the mugshot is to not indicate to the jury that the defendant is in custody, that is not a danger at this point in time. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Talking?
On that issue, I mean,
Over defendant's objection, subject to laying a proper foundation, was marked for identification of states exhibits 129, 238, and 239 can be proffered against if they're admitted to evidence. So Taki had another issue.
yes, the other thing that was included on the state's new exhibit list is they have now have S2, state 242, state 243, and state 244. And this is what I was talking about the other day, which clearly now they're doing, right? So I was trying to address this thing without now them strategically using things and making like they're the ones giving it to the jury instead of us. But you know, whatever, you want to play those games, that's fine. But to take our exhibits, the clips that we made, and now relabel them as state's exhibits, I mean, that's ridiculous. So if they want to use it, it remains as defense exhibit 179, 180, and 182. If they want to use it, they can use it. But that's not how we do it. In the middle of a trial, you take the defense exhibits that we made and gave, and now try to make like it's your exhibits. Like, and there's no need to do that except trying to mislead the jury. We've never seen it before. So they should remain as defense exhibit 179, 180, and 182, and they're free to use it. Like, just like we've used state's exhibits. This is, and not to mention, like, if that's the case, then they've never produced those things to us. So, and there was deadlines for discovery, there's deadlines for exhibits. So you don't just take our exhibits that we made and relabel it to make it like you're not trying to hide something from the jury. Go ahead and use it, but leave it marked as the way it was.
These are clips of how long? Of what length?
Short clips,
And the original body cam video for Officer Chun was how long?
very long. I don't know, 20 minutes, 20 minutes-ish.
I'm sorry, 20 minutes?
Yeah, I don't know,
I think it's around 27,
Yeah,
but it's fairly long.
20 to 30 minutes. So we took the time to make these clips, produce it, label it as defense exhibits for parts that we believe, were relevant. And, I'm not saying you can't use them, but let's not do this Shibai thing where we're labeling it as a state's exhibit and making it like they're the ones who wanted to give this clip to the jury and turn it over and label it as a state's exhibit. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And it shouldn't be allowed for all, because the time for marking state's exhibits and turning it over to us has long passed. So they can use it, just leave it marked as a defense exhibit.
Mr. Gordon.
I strongly object to the characterizations Mr. Otake is making about this. The reason the state added these exhibits to our exhibit list is we believe the defense's intention is to enter only a short clip of Officer Chun's body cam. And I want to note that by previous ruling of the court, the entire body cam of Officer Chun, which the state does intend to introduce, has been redacted entirely of audio. So what the jury gets from the state, the entire body cam, no audio. So we believe the defense intends to introduce some statements that were made for the purpose of trying to make it look like, or to try and minimize Gerhard Konig's injuries by essentially saying she can talk okay, by essentially saying, oh, her voice is fine. These additional clips are a completeness issue. They show some of the difficulties that Ariel was having speaking that day. There's a non-hearsay purpose.
I'm sorry, let me check with you, Mr. Gardner. Back up about 10 seconds.
Sure.
These clips show what?
They show Ariel Konig speaking to Officer Chun at the Poly Lookout. So she is relating things related to the events. Just a moment, I'll get my sheet with my credit.
And while you're looking, I'm sorry, Mr. Dirks, I have a question for you. Court asked defense to provide a clip that the defendant wanted to introduce via cross-examination of Officer Chun. I did have a chance to review it. Was that just one exhibit, or is that the entirety of the 3 clips that the defendant had marked?
That's exhibit 182, and that's just one exhibit.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
And if I can just quickly clarify, just so we don't waste more time. So 179, 180, and 182, we did produce, okay? Now, what I'm saying is, anything that is admissible, and these may or may not be, he can try to admit them if they're admissible. We can talk about that, but they don't need to relabel them, is my point. Number one. Number two, 182, the one, these other 179, 180, they may go beyond the non-hearsay purpose that we're planning to use, and it may be a problem for other reasons, because it's describing the incident and what happened. That's hearsay, right? So my first issue is I have no idea why we need to relabel anything to make it look like it's their clips. Number two, some of these clips may or may not go beyond what the court may allow as it relates to body cam because of hearsay issues.
179 and 181 is what you're talking about.
179 and 180.
Because I don't see the state having relabeled 180.
We did not.
Yeah, they only have 179 and 181.
I don't know. What I'm looking at here, what was handed to me, S243 says defense exhibit 180.
Go ahead.
So I don't know.
I might have mislabeled that on the.
I think it's 181.
Well, I don't know. What makes you think that? Because it says 180 on the thing they gave us.
The exhibit, by electronic copy
Okay.
that I have says 181.
I'll double check it myself.
But is there a 180? There must be a one. There's no 180.
So what I have in the exhibit folder is State's Exhibit 242, which reports to be defendant's 179.
I see. In terms of what they gave you this morning.
Correct.
Got it.
Right, and then 243, states 243 is what purports to be defendant's 181.
Okay, so this is a typo, so it's really defense exhibit 181.
Correct.
Okay,
And then state exhibit 244 purports to be what has been marked as defendant's 182, which the court did have opportunity to review.
correct.
Okay.
And off the top of my head, it's been a while, I haven't memorized what's on 179, defense 179 or defense 181, but I'm just saying there may be other problems with that we need to address. But my point is none of these need to be relabeled, especially 182. But I would need a minute to go back and watch 179 and 181 to make other objections as far as hearsay, talking about the incident and things like that.
Okay, you want to do that now? Because it's going to come up with Officer Chun, right? Or Corporal Chun.
Yes, I think if we have a second to look at it now, that would be helpful.
It would be helpful for the court too, because I did view 182 defendants. It's probably best for me to review 179, 181.
Sure. Do you need me to speak about the relabeling thing that's been brought up?
I'm sorry.
Do I need to speak about the relabeling issue that's been brought up? Because, look, if I want to enter the exhibit, I need to be ready to enter the exhibit. I don't need to go ask defense counsel for their exhibit. That's just normal. So I don't see any problem with relabeling it, just to make sure that the exhibits I want to introduce, I have available to me. I know what the officer has reviewed, what he signed did on the disc. So that's the purpose in relabeling. It's not to hide anything. But I do want to add that, it also avoids that risk of by defense's motion or by defense's request of the court, the entire clip has been audio redacted, right? And then suddenly defense is now introducing audio, and that makes the state look like we're hiding things, which is not the purpose. We're just trying to follow the court's order with the audio. Right? So it cuts both ways here. There's nothing wrong with labeling these exhibits as the states if we want to introduce them.
Yeah, just a couple comments on that. I don't know what he's talking about. The court ordered us to turn over electronic copies of our exhibits to each other, which we did. So this idea that he can't get the defense exhibits, he wants to make sure he has access to them. I have no idea what he's talking about. The way it works is we turn over our exhibits, we mark them, we make exhibit lists with the court's deadlines, within the court's deadlines that are set. That's what we did here. You don't, in the middle of the trial, take our exhibits that you can just use and use them as defense exhibits and relabel them and make like they're your exhibits. I've never seen that in 20 years of doing this. I mean, and he can say what he wants. I mean, it's very clear why he's doing this. We're not dumb, we're not stupid. So you can say what he wants, like just use it as defense exhibits, which is what happens in every trial. Like we've used some state exhibits throughout this trial.
Anything else with respect to these video exhibits? And I have one more thing before we go off record to review the clips.
I have nothing productive to add.
Then with respect to my last thing on my checklist before we recess, the live coverage, which you're welcome to have, and student members of the media, you're welcome to continue to live stream proceedings. I would ask though that when we are not on record, that both audio and visual now be broadcasted. And the reason is this. During our recesses when we're not off record, the attorneys need to confer, they need to confer with court, defense needs to confer with Dr. Konig, and that should not be part of the broadcast made available to the public. So I would ask if the media could comply with that. Any problems with that?
Copy that.
Okay, thank you very much.
One other comment, Your Honor, and again, I'm not saying this is the intent, but I've been told by people watching that at certain times, there's been zooming in on, what's on our table and on our computer. And I'm not saying that that's the intention to try and do that, but people have said it appears that way. And they told us, be careful, don't leave things on your desk because they're zooming in on it. So I just asked that stop as well. You can, whatever, zoom in on whatever you want, but just be cautious about trying to zoom in on our work product on our table.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Anything else before we take a recess?
No,
Nothing. All right. Recess.
Can we go watch it in the, go ahead, in the back?
Or witness room, whatever you want.
Thank you.
This cop is in the witness room, but if you need to go in, just.
You want the other one?
I mean, immediately following the incident, all goes to the reasonableness of the force that was used. So it's incredibly, incredibly important, and that's, frankly, the best evidence of her condition right after the fact. We purposefully chose 182 because the questions she's answering during that clip is non-substantive as to what happened up on the mountain, okay? She's in 182, defense 182, he's asking her about what kind of clothing Gerhard was wearing, his height, his weight, I think where he works is asked, his hair color, and the type of, potentially the type of car that's, I think, I can't remember, the car that they drove to there. So nothing to do with the incident up on the mountain, all about just non-substantive things that demonstrate how she was cognitively, how she was physically, how she was in terms of her level of consciousness. All proper non-hearsay reasons. And we were going to suggest that the court give a limiting instruction that it's only being offered, not for the truth of the matter asserted, if the state wants a limiting instruction on that. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. There's very little danger of the jury using that in improper ways, because again, it has nothing to do with anything she's already said or anything about what happened on the mountain. It is incredibly, incredibly important exhibit to our defense, because it is the best evidence right down there, right after, of her consciousness, of her condition. Now, if the state now wants to use defense 179 and defense 181, the difference is 179 and 181, and just so the court is aware, we made those exhibits in case we needed to impeach her with it, in case she said something different. We weren't using those exhibits to show this issue of consciousness and physical whatever, because it's very, very substantive what she's saying in 179 and 181. So we made those exhibits for the purpose of, if she said something different, we could impeach her with those exhibits, right? So it was not going to be admitted unless it became impeachment. 179, she's, you can hear her saying, he said, you lying bitch, you whore, I can't do this anymore. Things that she frankly didn't even say on the stand, number one. 181, even more so. She's saying, I told him, don't leave our kids without parents. He was, bashing my head with a rock, 10 times. So she's getting into the substance of what happened. And now we're getting into, if rules related to prior inconsistent statement and the foundation for that, or prior consistent statement and the foundation for that, which has not been laid. And there's a much greater risk that the jury is going to hear these things and not be able to consider it, for anything other than not factor it into their their decision about what happened up on the mountain in terms of, what is substantively being reported about it. So those are very, very different in that regard. So we are objecting to 179 and 181 coming in. And frankly, if you compare 179, 181 to our 182, she's got essentially the same demeanor. She doesn't seem any better or worse on those than she does in 182. And so this idea that we're going to put that in to show that she was worse or whatever, again, I think that's a farce. I think they want to get in these substantive statements, and there's rules related to that. They could have tried to do it with her if they wanted to, lay a foundation for prior consistent or prior inconsistent statement. They could have tried to do that. They didn't. So now they want to backdoor it in, saying it's non-hearsay when it is the substance of it goes to the heart of what this whole case is about, the substance of it. It's not, oh, why did she do what she did next, or typical non-hearsay things, right? So we deliberately took 182, and these are all, it's all in the same conversation. It's not like, oh, one is from here and then another's 30 minutes later, right? This is all in the same conversation. But we made one to show her condition at the time that had no substance in terms of what she's saying happened on the mountain. So you take away that risk of, allowing in these substantive statements about what happened. So for those reasons, 179 and 181 should be excluded for that reason as well.
Thank you, Mr. Konig. First off, Your Honor, when you introduce a statement of a person for a non-hearsay purpose, the content of that statement does not matter. When it's not for a hearsay purpose, whatever the person is saying, the jury is instructed on a limited purpose that they're allowed to consider it for. These two exhibits, states 242 in defense 179 and states 243 in defense 181, show a difference in condition. They show a difference in condition to what defense is putting in defense 182. They show Ms. Konig panting more, having more difficulty speaking. They give a clearer picture of what she was like closer to when she came down the hill. So when she came down that trail. When she got down the trail, she started receiving medical treatment from a bystander. Then states 242 and 243 came out. And then afterwards, defense 182. So this is a completeness issue in the fact that I understand the non-hearsay purpose defense is saying, but once you say it's for a non-hearsay purpose, and once we all agree to that, the content doesn't matter. So the same non-hearsay purpose for introducing the defense exhibit applies to the state's exhibit. It's just to show her condition, to give a clearer picture of the jury of Ms. Konig's condition, so that the jury doesn't get this tiny edited picture when in reality she was having a whole lot more struggles than the defense exhibit 182 shows. And a large portion of this trial has included defense's attempts to minimize Ms. Konig's injury. This is just another way they're doing it, and this is just a response to that attempt to minimize the injury. The same instruction should be given for each of them, if the court allows them, of the purpose that they are able to consider the exhibit for. The juror is going to be presumed to follow that instruction, and it should be gone that way. Lastly, prior consistent statement. The defense did impeach Ms. Konig with a motive that defense alleged occurred after Ms. Konig made this consistent statement. So as long as the officer can lay the proper foundation that this is true and accurate video, this would also fit the prior consistent statement hearsay rule as well. So there's even a hearsay exception for the statement. There's also excited utterance if you really want to continue going down the hearsay exception rule. This is made at or near after a startling event. It's very clear from all the evidence in this case that this calling it a startling event is, well, a complete minimization, but that's what the hearsay rule says. So there is clear hearsay exceptions for excited utterance and a statement of recent perception as well. So there's multiple different avenues of hearsay that could be admissible. Regardless, there's a non-hearsay purpose. There's a purpose in responding to the exhibits the defense is putting in for their non-hearsay purpose. So for all of those reasons combined, these exhibits should be admissible.
Just address a couple of things.
Go
So
ahead.
first of all, this, again, we should, exhibit 180,
181.
well, no, I'm sorry, exhibit 181 and 182 are, I believe, if I'm doing the math correctly, less than 30 seconds apart from one another. Exhibit, 1 second, 181, it says, it ends at 4319, right?
Yeah.
And this starts at 42.
Yeah.
Okay. So exhibit 181 and 182 is 24, 1 second, 24 seconds apart from one another. So this idea about, one is from earlier when she first gone down the hill, and then the other one's from later, it's making out like it's like 5-10 minutes apart. It's about 24 seconds apart. So that's number one. Number two, again, never brought this thing up about prior consistent statement until I mention it, and all of a sudden, that's what he wants to do. Well, you don't lay foundation for a prior inconsistent statement.
Prior consistent statement.
I'm sorry, you don't lay foundation for a prior consistent statement with a police officer a day after the person testified. If he wanted to do that, he could have tried with her. So that's that. And so that's not how this works. And that's, again, that's not what he was earlier saying he was even using this for. So, Your Honor, these things should stay out. I mean, like you said in the beginning, what's at the beginning of this trial, when we talked about body cam, you basically said anything audio on the body cam, it's hearsay, it's not coming in. And so, unless there's a viable non-hearsay purpose for it.
Well, unless there's an exception. It's hearsay, but if there's an exception. Right? Hearsay normally doesn't come in unless there's an exception.
I understand that. But, again, now that's what he's saying it's for?
And Judge.
Well, whether or not he says it before or says it after, is there a hearsay exception for the material come in?
Well, if we take these things one at a time.
And I'm not concerned about excited utterance or
Okay.
Statement of recent perception. I'm focused on
So one,
consistent statement.
okay, so 179, you lying bitch, you whore, I can't do this anymore. She never said that on the stand. So it's not consistent with anything. It's a brand new statement. She never said that on the stand. She said on the stand, he said, I'm sick of this shit, get over here. I don't know what that's consistent with. Now that this is the new theory we're trying to use.
Fair argument. As to
181,
is
he was saying, don't leave our kids without parents. And he hit me with the rock 10 times. That's actually, excuse me?
She says, he hit me with the rock 10 times. I don't know.
Well, that's different from what she said on the stand. She said up as many as 10 times, so that's different. So that would be a prior inconsistent statement.
Well, she did testify up to 10 times. She wasn't sure, right? During her extensive examination, both direct and cross.
She said as many as 10 times. I don't know the exact amount.
Right, and that's what she says in the statement.
It's not what she said. She said 10 times. She didn't say up to or as many as 10 times.
No, she said, he hit me 10 times. I don't know. She
Right.
doesn't know the number.
And I'm suggesting that's different than saying he hit me as many as 10 times. And then later on, different, under different questioning saying, I'm not sure of the exact amount. That's different. That's different. Maybe not, in your mind, it's not a huge difference, but it's different. So it's not entirely consistent.
Anything else you want to add?
No.
So I appreciate your thoughts. I'm gonna have to refine this further as well. With respect to what has been marked for identification as defendant's exhibit 182. Again, subject to the laying of proper foundation through Corporal Chun, the clip can come in with the audio. It is for a non-hearsay purpose. And it will remain as defendant's exhibit 182. With respect to State's exhibit 242,
I'm sorry, which is defense exhibit 179.
yes. The objection is granted in part, denied in part. It is for a non-hearsay purpose, as we discussed in defendant's exhibit 182. The first portion of the clip, before she's describing the incident when she's giving her name, her condition is different than what's displayed in defendant's 182. And it indicates the condition that Dr. Grosjean was talking about when she first entered into the ER, when her respiration was 23 as opposed to 18 when she was examined by the medical professionals. Non-hearsay purpose, the first 10 or 11 seconds of the clip can come in. Again, it's not hearsay. The remainder of the clip, the objection is sustained, not a prior consistent statement, and will sustain the objection. So that exhibit needs to get recrafted and shortened, and it can be State's exhibit 242. What has been marked for State's exhibit 243 and its defendant's 181, it's this court's position that there are portions of it that are admissible as prior inconsistent statements under Hawaii Rule of Evidence 802.1 sub 2, and that is offered pursuant to 613C. And what I'm talking about, it's the number of times that she's hit by the rock, and she says, I don't know. I'll have to go back again to see how we can splice the clip so that it only allows in what's an exception to the hearsay rule under what the court just cited as a prior consistent statement. There are other portions that are not consistent that we're going to have to excise out as well. Counsel.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm just looking up the rule on my phone. I apologize. I'm not texting anyone.
Go ahead.
But just for clarification, I'm a little confused. So for defense 181, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood, but you're saying that the part about how many times with the rock is consistent or inconsistent?
Consistent. It's
So
a prior
you're saying
consistent.
that it should come in under, it can possibly come in as a prior consistent statement.
Yes.
Okay, but, and the rest of it, so you just, so
I'm not sure, so I want to go back and listen. It's a short clip, but there are other things, and I understand the argument that you make, Mr. Koki, and I agree with them. There are some things that are consistent. There are some things that are not. There are some things that cannot be consistent if she never testified to it previously. And that's what's driving the court's ruling.
okay. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm talking about the foundation. Okay, my understanding under HRE rule 613C is, if we're gonna get into prior consistent statement, that's admissible to rehabilitate a witness's credibility after there has been evidence of inconsistent statement.
I'm looking at C2, and the rule states that evidence of a statement previously made by a witness that is consistent with the witness's testimony at trial is admissible to support the witness's credibility only if it is offered after an express or implied charge that has been made that the witness's testimony at trial has been recently fabricated or influenced by bias or other improper motive. Right, and the implication is she made this up to bolster the claims in the motion to set in the divorce case.
No, but this is, we embrace that she's always said that it's been 10 hits. We're not saying that she's never said that.
That's not what she said, though.
We're not trying, she's always said it's been as many as 10 hits or up to 10 hits. She's always said that. We're not saying that's something.
That's not what she's saying. Right, she says up to 10.
That's what I just said. We embrace that she said, always has said, it's been up to 10 hits.
But she's been challenged on the number of hits. Is the trial examination both on direct and cross.
Okay, so but I'm just trying to. Okay, so your ruling is that portion can be played, or
Yes.
just the part about the hits?
And whatever is, that's what I'm clear about is the prior consistent statement. I'm not sure about the rest of she describes the incident as well, right? Right. And I'm not sure it's consistent. So I have to go back and listen to it again. It's a short clip. But the number of hits, to me, I'm clear and conclude that it is a prior consistent statement that's admissible.
Under 613
And 802.1. But I want to listen to the remainder of the clip.
assuming they can lay the foundation through this officer, but
Correct. And I also want to go back and listen to other parts because your argument makes sense to me, Mr. Otake, that some things that are on it are not necessarily consistent because she never testified to it before.
right, or
Which is the basis for the court's ruling on
understood.
right on defendant's 179, which is 242 for the state. So I want to go back and listen to 181 again to further refine the rule.
Okay. As to the relabeling,
242 is state's exhibit because it's not a defendant's exhibit. They have to read that portion of it.
the new when they make this new clip,
It's new 242. 182 defendant stays 182.
and then 181.
I think it's going to be 143 because it's going to have to get spliced. Because I don't think I'm relying all of it in.
And that's okay.
So recess. Let me go take a look at it and we can figure out the timestamps.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Garner, you have anything else?
While we recess, I'm gonna go take custody.
Was made before the bias, motive, or fabrication or other improper motives is alleged to have arisen. If you listen, I'm sure you did, when you heard my opening statement, what we've said is, we talked about unfaithful, unwilling, untrue, and we said that after she started this incident on the mountain, realizing a divorce was coming, she said many untrue things to the police to get the upper hand in the divorce. So this statement that they want to introduce is not made before the bias, motive, or fabrication is alleged to have arisen. We're saying this statement, even to right then and there, that's what we've always said, that she said these untrue things because she knew at that point a divorce was coming. So we're not saying that this motive arose later. We're saying it arose at that time. That's what we've always said. So, it doesn't meet the exception. And further evidence of that is as I stated, when we started this morning, that's not where he was going with this. It was only when I raised it that all of a sudden he's trying to say it applies. But it doesn't apply because the consistent statement, I guess what's on 181, would have to have been made before the bias, motive, or fabrication or other improper motive is alleged to have arisen. And we're saying that at the time she made that statement, it was untrue because she had a bias interest motive in protecting herself and getting the upper hand and was clearly going to be divorced.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Opening statement should not be considered by the court for this purpose. The court should be considering the evidence and what happened on cross-examination. And what happened on cross-examination yesterday was Gerhard Konig was crossed about what happened before the incident. Nothing about divorce was discussed before the incident. The only cross-examination or implied reason to fabricate anything about the divorce, Mr. Otake said, when you got back to Maui after the incident, that's when you filed for divorce, that's when you filed for the TRO, that's when you took the money out of the account. So the implication that Mr. Otake is making is that she had this month of July after the incident. There was no evidence brought up of any motive of Gerhard Konig to fabricate this before she made the statement to police. So temporally, this fits exactly into prior consistent statement.
I agree. However, Mr. Garner, when we look at Rule 613, the prior consistent statement needs to come into the witness herself. And that's the first line in Rule 613. So court adjusts or reconsiders its ruling with respect to States Exhibit 243, which is defendant's 181, objection is sustained. 242 can get amended, so that includes up to the first 11 seconds. That does show a difference in condition of Ms. Konig as opposed to what's depicted in 182. So 182 can come in, subject to laying a foundation. Likewise, the redacted states 242. Anything else we should take up?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
In terms of publishing states 242, I will publish the first several seconds today, pause the video, and similarly to states exhibit 4, a separate exhibit will be made and
It's up to the 11-second mark.
understood.
That's a little dicey in case we don't pause it at the right time and the rest, you know what I mean? Like it's right after. So I mean, I understand we don't want to take a break, but I'm just, you know, I just,
You
if
want
we're
to
going
say
to do that, we got to make sure that it's,
you want to say the 10-second mark just to be safe?
no, I agree that with what you're saying. I'm just saying if we're saying, like, if he tries to stop it and it keeps playing because it doesn't stop, then the jury hears it. So I mean, if you're confident you can stop it right then before what's not allowed comes in, then it just seems risky. But I mean, you guys, if you think we can stop it, or maybe Mr. Dirks can be ready with the power button or something, I don't know.
You want to give me a moment to practice?
Why don't you? Just, I think we should be safe. I mean, I understand the concern.
Okay, it is going to be on the screen up there because I'm currently. So states exhibit 242, publishing from the beginning.
Your name?
Ariel Konig, J-R-I-E-L-L-E. Birthday is March 24th, 1989.
All right.
All right, we can do it.
Council, anything else we need to fight about for the jury concern?
No, thank you, Your Honor. We were fighting. We're just talking.
Don't get me wrong. I call it a fight, but I appreciate the advocacy.
Yeah, and I apologize. I know sometimes I get animated, Your Honor. I mean no disrespect. Thank you.
None is taken, and I appreciate the advocacy.
Thank you.
These trials bring up the best in everybody, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. I apologize for the wait. I think you know by now, lawyers are terrible keepers of time. I apologize for that. I should have shared with you the analogy I shared with other jurors about jury trials and delays, especially now when we have to travel by air. Jury service is very much like air travel. Right? You fight traffic in the morning, you get to the parking lot, you got to fight for parking space. When you finally get your parking space, you stand in this long line for security. And then when you finally get through security, you rush to the gate and you wait. Sorry, jury service is very much like that. I apologize. The silver lining though in the wait this morning is I did have very good discussions with the lawyers, and they have even further streamlined the case. So even though you were left waiting outside, we did make progress and we're still on schedule. So thank you very much for your flexibility and your patience. Corporal Kevin Chun is on the stand. Corporal, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Welcome back. And you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Garner, whenever you're ready, you can continue on with your direct examination.
Good morning, Corporal.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Okay, Corporal, we're going to jump in kind of where we jumped off yesterday as we ended. So were you wearing a body-worn camera on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
And I'm going to approach you now with what's marked as State Exhibit 232. May I approach?
Yes.
Corporal, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 232. Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a DVD with my name, signature, and the date.
And what is contained on that DVD?
Some of my body-worn camera footage.
And before you testified today, did you review what was on that DVD?
Yes.
And is what's on that DVD a true and accurate representation of what your body-worn camera saw, or what you saw on March 24, 2025?
Yes.
Beyond any redactions for audio, is the body-worn camera on that disc the entire body-worn camera from that time you turned it on?
Yes.
At this point, the state would like to enter State's Exhibit 232 into evidence.
Mr. Koki,
No objection.
was marked for identification as State's Exhibit 232 is received into evidence.
Okay, Corporal Chun, I'm going to play the video on the screen next to you and ask you some questions about it as we go through. So now publishing State's Exhibit 232. Okay, Corporal, what are we seeing right at the start of this camera?
Oh, this is me driving to the scene.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward a little bit until you get there. So fast forwarding to timestamp on the video of (10:38:04). So we're going to play at 10:38:04. And before I start playing, Corporal, what are we looking at before we start playing this on this freeze frame?
Again, like in the photo, this is the entrance to the Palipuka Trail.
And we're playing at 10:38:04. We're pausing at 10:38:16. Corporal, what are you doing in this part of the clip?
I'm putting on some protective latex gloves.
Why are you doing that?
Just because of the call that came in assault, I might have to go hands-on with somebody, and I prefer to keep my hands as clean as possible.
What does going hands-on mean?
Just because they're an assault, there could be a suspect. I don't know if they're violent or not. So if I have to place my hands on them to detain them, I'd rather have my hands protected.
You mean physically place your hands on a person?
Correct.
We're going to play at 10:38:16. Corporal Chun, I'm pausing at 10:38:50. What are you doing waiting?
I'm trying to see if there's any other backup come in, if I can hear anything inside the trail, see if the suspect is around, just trying to not to just rush in the situation.
Okay, playing at 10:38:50. Corporal, what are we seeing at, I'm pausing at 10:39:33. What are we seeing in this portion of the clip?
We're seeing the reporting person on the left, that's Sarah Bushbaum, the complainant, the Ariel Konig in the middle, and then the other witness, Amanda Morris, heading down the trail.
I'm going to play at 10:39:33. Corporal, I'm pausing at 10:40:54. What are you doing at this point?
So right now I'm trying to determine if a crime had occurred. If a crime did occur, I'm trying to find out.
Pause you right there. What are you physically doing? I saw your phone in your hand just a moment ago. What are you doing with your phone?
I'm about ready to take a picture and then see if I could locate the suspect as well, because that's my work phone, so we're able to search up people.
Okay. Is that the same picture that you showed us yesterday?
Yes.
Playing at 10:40:54. Okay, Corporal, I'm pausing at 10:41:45. Is it fair to say you see you kind of crouched down towards the ground at this point?
Yes.
What are you doing at this point?
I'm trying to get any details on the suspect, what he was wearing, his description, so I can put it out over the radio.
Okay, Corporal, I'm going to scoot ahead a little bit in time with the body cam. So now I'm scrolling ahead. And I'm pausing at 10:43:07. Is this where you're still in the gathering information stage?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play at 10:43:07. Corporal, pausing at 10:43:45. Were you able to speak to Miss Konig at this time?
Yes.
Without getting into what was said, and before I ask that question, had you ever met Ariel Konig before March 24, 2025?
No.
So do you know what her voice was normally like?
No.
Despite that, did you make any observations regarding her voice as you spoke to her that day?
It sounded weak and kind of, she took a lot of pauses, out of breath, understandable.
Playing at 10:43:45. All right, now I'm pausing the video at 10:44:28. Corporal Chun, did you eventually go up the trail that day?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to scoot forward ahead in your body worn camera just a little bit to where you enter the trail. So I'm scrolling forward in States Exhibit 232. All right, and starting to play at 10:50:07, times down. Sorry, Corporal Chun, I'm going to pause here at 10:51:39. Where's your hand right now?
I believe it's on the ground.
You're on the ground or your knee?
I have no idea. I think I was just trying not to pass out.
Corporal Chun, are you a hiker?
No.
Okay, sorry for that pause. I'll move on. We'll play at 10:51:39. Corporal Chun, I'm pausing now at 10:53:24. What are we looking at this part of the trail?
I think that's sort of towards the top of where like the steep part ends. So that I believe that's Corporal Bulligai. I'm not too sure. I can't tell too much, but still, this isn't the scene of the incident.
I'm going to play at 10:53:24. I'm going to probably pause again real quick. Okay, Corporal Chun. On the right side of the screen, what do you see? On the far right.
I see a sheer fall.
Okay. Do you know how tall the drop is?
No, I'm not 100% sure, but it's very, very far.
And what were the wind conditions like that day?
They're pretty windy. Usually over there, it's kind of windy.
Playing now 10:53:36. All right, now I'm going to go back just a couple frames here, Corporal. So I'm going to rewind 10 seconds and I'm going to play again. So we're starting again at 10:53:57. What's on the right side of the screen here?
Just more, just another cliff. Still, we're still on the edge of the cliff this way.
Okay, playing at 10:54:06. Okay, Corporal, and pausing at 10:54:22. What do you see on the screen here?
It looks like an article of clothing that Corporal Wu found on the trail.
Okay. Right, I'm going to take the video off of the screen for now. Okay, Corporal Chun. Almost there. I'm going to now approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 242, previously shown to the Defense Counsel. Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Corporal Chun, do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
Okay, and that's State's Exhibit 242.
Oh.
Can you check the back?
Yes.
Do you recognize what is it?
Yeah, it's more body cam footage.
And is this your entire body cam or just a clip?
Just a clip.
And what does this clip fairly and accurately depict a portion of the earlier body cam we watched with sound?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, the state will move Exhibit 232 into evidence.
232 or
I'm sorry, 242.
242? No objection given.
Subject to the record that we made this morning, would have been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 242, receiving evidence.
I'm going to reserve publishing for the moment. I'm going to collect both exhibits from the witness. Hand you both the clerk. Okay, Corporal Chun, did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, State of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, so we're talking.
Thank you. Good morning, Corporal Chun.
Morning.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to, I guess, practice or prepare your testimony?
Practice, no, just review footage and go over notes.
Right, like you met with him and he went over what he was going to ask you, right?
Oh, yes.
So for example, this thing about it being really windy that day, I mean, that's not in your report, is it?
No.
Okay.
But I've hiked there before and it's always pretty windy.
No, I understand that. So I guess I'm just asking, like, it's often windy? You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, but as far as that day, you didn't put in your report the weather conditions, correct?
No, correct.
So Corporal, you respond to the scene. We saw the start of your body cam, and looks like you got there relatively quickly. Were you nearby?
Yes.
Was there an accident nearby that you were attending to before?
Yes.
And it was that at the tunnels?
Correct.
Okay. So you were kind of like right nearby to look up because you were responding to an accident at the tunnels when you got the call, correct?
Yes.
So from there, you quickly got to the scene, and it looks like, I mean, at least to the parking lot, and it looks like you got there a little after 10:30 a.m. on March 25th, correct?
Correct.
Now, as we just watched the body cam, after kind of getting something, getting ready and observing things, you kind of went up the entrance and you saw 3 females walking down out of the trail, correct?
Correct.
And the complainant was standing on her feet and walking down with the assistance of the 2 witnesses on her each side, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned your body cam being on. I wanted to ask you a little bit about body cams.
Okay.
On that day, were you assigned to? Are you on what's called patrol?
Yes.
And at HPD, patrol officers wear body cams, correct?
Correct.
And the idea behind the body cam, when we say cam, it's camera, I guess, right? Is that the body camera allows you to record what you do, what other people do, that you're interacting with, what is said, what you say, that can be all recorded on a body camera, right?
Correct.
And HPD has patrol officers wear body cameras, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm also going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 177. May I approach? Officer, when you were here the other day, I had you watch a few clips, and then I had you initial the clip. Is that your initial?
Yes.
Okay, so this was a clip of your body cam showing the 3 individuals walking down the trail, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move D177 into evidence.
Mr. Barnett,
No objection.
would have been marked for identification as Exhibit D177 is receiving evidence.
Could we please publish it, Mr. Dirks? Okay, let's watch this. And again, we just saw this, but it's a clip out of the smaller one. So that's the 3 individuals walking, right?
Correct.
And to be clear, Miss Konig, although she has people on the side of her, she is walking, correct?
Correct.
And that area, it's kind of, there's some rocky areas that, I mean, on the ground as you get further down, and it's not like a paved concrete path or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see them doing that, and you didn't tell them stop, put her down, or wait. You thought it was okay the way she was walking down, yes?
Well, to get her safely to the parking lot area.
Right. You were okay letting them continue to do that, yes?
Yes.
And right here, one witness let go of her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we can take that down. And at least from the time that you started dealing with Ms. Konig, she was conscious, yes?
Yes.
You mentioned that you start to ask Ms. Konig some questions about what happened, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned part of it is you gather information to try to figure out what's going on, yes?
Yes.
Now, you said today that, her voice sounded, weak, but you never spoke to her before today, correct?
Correct.
But that being said, she was coherent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And coherent means she was able to understand and answer your questions, yes?
Correct.
And again, you were right at the lookout, you get the call, you rush over there and get there, go, and then you're interacting with her pretty quickly, yes?
Yes.
So coherent, able to answer questions, and your body cam recorded how she appeared physically, but also how coherent she was and how she was able to respond to your questions, correct?
Correct.
And you tried to collect some background information, ask her some things about, where her husband worked, what he was wearing, how they got there, things like that, yes?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to approach, Your Honor, please, with D-182. Okay. And again, last week, Corporal, I asked you to watch a clip and another one and asked you to initial it. Is that your initials?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And this was a clip of at least not all, but a portion of when you're gathering background information from Ms. Konig, correct?
Correct.
And this would demonstrate, at least, how her ability to answer, her how coherent she was and her consciousness at the time, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move the 182 into evidence.
Mr. Barner.
This is a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw Ms. Konig responding to your questions with on March 24th.
I'm sorry, are you objecting or what?
I'm glad.
Well, you need to ask permission to do that first, so,
Are you objecting?
Can I avoid it?
well, I'll just ask, is this a fair and accurate depiction of how she appeared that day?
A portion of it. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Then,
Your Honor, I move the 182 into evidence.
Mr. Barner.
subject to that foundation, no objection.
And what is the mark for identification of exhibit 212 is received into evidence?
I'm sorry, D182.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry,
182.
maybe I misheard. May we please, so this was, again, you got there within minutes probably, right? One second. Yeah, you got there within minutes, yes?
Yes.
Okay, the call comes in, 911 call, dispatch tells you you're there within minutes, and you're interacting with her within minutes of the call, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if we could please publish D182.
Where does he work?
He works for TMG at Maui Memorial Medical Center. TMG's called it
At Maui
Memorial, yeah. So TMG's a group of anesthesiologists.
Did you guys drive here today?
Yeah,
Which is your car?
it's a Nissan Rogue.
Do you remember the license plate? If not, that's okay.
It's not our car, we don't know.
What color is it? The Nissan.
It's like black or gray, it's gray. Can we just wet my mouth? I go back in the shower, clean my mouth real good. I don't have any Sorry, I don't know. You're trying to sell the weed until they get me.
What was your wearing today?
Like a light gray shirt and like dark blue or light blue shorts, like athletic shorts. Thank you, so that's on you.
How tall is he?
5'9". Yes, sir.
About how much does he weigh?
160.
60. What kind of hair does he have? Short or?
Short brown. He's not super brown. It's like a little on brown on top. No, he has
Yeah. Does he have facial hair?
Yeah.
Husband, wife.
Okay, we can take that down. Officer, that's a fair and accurate depiction of Ms. Konig's level of consciousness when you're interacting with her a few minutes after you got the call, yes?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of how coherent she was a few minutes after you got the call, yes?
Yes.
She was able to articulate to you where her husband worked at TMG, correct?
Correct.
She was able to tell you the type and color of rental car that they had driven there in that morning, yes?
Correct.
She was able to tell you his height and weight, right?
Correct.
Which, by the way, she said 5'9", not 5'10", when she was talking to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she knew what he was wearing and could describe what he was wearing, right?
Yes.
All several minutes after you got the 911 call, yes?
Correct.
Corporal Chun, that's your typical aerial patrol, including the Pali lookout.
Yes.
And so you've been in that parking lot many times, yes?
Yes.
And it can be a busy parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, on the morning when you got there, it was a busy parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D67. And may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. Officer, last week I also asked you if you could watch D67 for me, and I acknowledge that it's from the body cam of another officer, but I asked you if in watching it, if you could whether or not it was a fair and accurate depiction of how busy and crowded the parking lot was when you got there that day. You remember me asking you that?
Yes.
And you indicated that it was a fair and accurate depiction of how the parking lot looked when you got there that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then I asked you to initial it. Can you initial it? I mean, did you initial that?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate depiction of how crowded and busy the parking lot was on that morning, yes?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move D67 into evidence.
Mr. Gordon, I have one, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify, whose body worn camera is this exhibit?
This was from my scene supervisor, Sergeant Ross Malloy.
Okay, and do you remember what time this body cam is from?
Sorry, I don't really know.
Do you know if this body cam is from when the defendant and Gerhard Konig actually arrived at the Poly Lookout on the morning of March 24, 2025?
No.
So this body cam is sometime after that,
Correct. During the investigation.
during the investigation, so sometime after 10:30 in the morning.
Correct.
But again, you don't know the exact timestamp?
Correct.
And what's shown in the video, is that something you actually observed yourself?
No.
Okay. Is it showing the area of the Poly Lookout where the Poly Quick Trail is?
It's a little bit, if you're looking towards like a lookout area, it's a little bit to the right.
Then, thank you. I still will object relevance in my foundation.
Sustained.
Officer Malloy got there, Sergeant Malloy got there shortly after you, correct?
Correct.
And and the question I asked is, when you saw this clip of the parking lot, that's how the parking lot looked when you were there, yes?
Correct.
Okay. And it's a fair and accurate depiction of how the parking lot looked when you got there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Your Honor, move to admit.
Mr. Gordon,
Same objection.
overseas objection was marked as exhibit D67.
And obviously, it was not taken at the time that Dr. Konig and the complainant got there, because you guys weren't there when that happened, correct?
Correct.
I'm just asking if this is how it looked when you got there, and it is, correct?
Correct.
And again, you got there shortly after the call, correct?
Yes.
Like within minutes, right?
Correct.
Could we please publish the 67, Mr. Dirks? Let's watch this here. Can you make it bigger or? Okay, no problem. Can we press pause, please? So Corporal, this is the parking lot that people use to access both the Poly Lookout and the Poly Puka Trail, correct?
Correct.
Okay, please go ahead and continue to play. Okay, we can take that down. So Corporal, that's how it looked. There was cars and people and tourists in the parking lot when you got there, right?
Yes.
And you hiked in to where you believe the scene was, and it didn't take you too long to get there from the parking lot, correct?
Correct.
At least in the parking lot that morning, tourists, people, cars, busy place, yes?
Yes.
All right. 1 second, Corporal. Okay, thank you, Corporal Chun. That's all the questions I have for you this morning.
One moment. Okay, Corporal Chun, good morning again.
Morning.
I apologize if I misspoke and said the wrong name when I was speaking earlier. My bad. Follow up real quick. So you met with Mr. Otake last week as well?
Yes.
So you met with both sides before testifying.
Correct.
In the video clip of Ariel at the end of the trail, on the Poly Puka Trail, to your observation, was she walking normally?
No.
And you discussed with these videos with the video about, you asked about Ariel's cognitive state, or the video that would show how she was talking. You said a portion. Does the rest of your body cam video have other indications of Ariel's condition?
Well, when I was talking to her, getting the information, she was sitting down, so she didn't have to worry about standing up and talking to me. So I believe that's what kind of helped her kind of concentrate on giving me the information that I needed.
Okay. I'll follow up. You said something about her voice and her breathing. What was that like again?
She was breathing heavy and her voice was a little bit weak to me.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross based on what was necessary?
One moment.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we take a moment. No further questions. Sorry.
Mr. Otake, recross based on what was necessary.
Just very briefly, Corporal Chun, this meeting you had with me last week when you were here to testify, to be able to admit these exhibits, I needed to show them to you ahead of time so you can say you initialed them and that this is what they reflected what they were, right?
Correct.
And we went out there for a few minutes and we watched the clips, right?
Correct.
And beyond that, I didn't ask you anything else about what I was going to ask you or go through questions. All I did was show you those clips as we need to do in order to admit it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the meeting you had with the prosecutors, did that take place in person or is that by Zoom or by phone?
By phone.
Okay. And in that meeting, you guys went into what happened and what he was going to go over with you and the questions and things like that. Yes?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Corporal.
Any other questions for Corporal Chun?
No further questions.
Thank you. Okay, no, what's that?
Good morning. State next witness. State next witness will be Brittany Kopp.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
So I'm going to take a moment here for the TV. Okay, good morning.
Morning.
As you testify this morning, can you please keep the microphone as close to your face as possible and speak into the microphone as much as possible?
Yes.
Can you please state your name?
My name is Brittany Kopp.
Ms. Kopp, what do you do?
I am an evidence specialist with the Honolulu Police Department.
How long have you been employed by HPD?
8 years.
What was your assignment on March 24, 2025 at around 1:43 p.m.?
I was asked to report to the Pali Lookout to take photographs and possibly recover evidence.
Taking a step back, in general, what are the duties of an evidence specialist?
As an evidence specialist, we work alongside the detectives and they direct us into what kind of photographs we take, diagramming, and then recovery of physical and biological evidence.
And one more time, on March 24, 2025, where were you dispatched to?
The Pali Lookout.
When you arrived at the Pali Lookout, where did you go?
Once I got out of the car, I assumed that we would be going to the scenic route where what I know to be the scenic route, which is the flat ground, but we ended up taking a hike.
So did you expect to be going on a hike on March 24?
No, I did not expect to be going on any type of hike that day.
What was the hike that you actually ended up going on?
People call it the Palipuka hike.
And were you actually able to go on the hike yourself?
I was with assistance. I had a camera bag, and at some of the points I had to have the officer carry it for me because I had to use 2 hands to climb up.
What kind of shoes were you wearing?
I was wearing Vans tennis shoes.
The flat bottom kind?
Yes.
Did you actually eventually get up to the trail?
Yes, I got to a part where some of the detectives were waiting.
Okay. And when you got to that point, what were you directed to do?
I was directed to take some photographs of that area, and the detectives also pointed out some red blood-like substances that were also on and near the trail.
Let's start with the photographs. All right. An approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 31 through 67, previously provided. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You may. Ms. Kopp, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 31 through States Exhibit 67. I know that's a big stack, so could you just take a moment look through, and when you're finished looking through all the exhibits, look up and let me know you're done. Okay, so do you recognize that stack of exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are the photographs that I took on March 24th
March 24th of 2025.
of 2025.
And you said you were the one who took these photos?
Yes,
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the Polypuka Trail as you were up there and as you observed it on March 24th, 2025?
yes.
The state now moves States Exhibit 31 through 67 into evidence.
No objection. What is the mark for identification as States Exhibits 31 through 67 inclusive be received into evidence?
Okay, Ms. Kopp, we're going to publish them one by one. So I'm going to publish States 31 right now. And we've got that on the screen next to you. And just so you know, to your right-hand side on the witness stand, there's a pointer stick. And if you need to refer to anything on the TV screen, can you please use that?
Okay.
Okay, with States Exhibit 31 on the screen now, first of all, can you tell us, what is this photo showing?
This is showing the main trail that I was on, and this is where I was instructed to start taking photographs.
You say main trail. How many trails were you looking at up there?
There was this main trail, and then there was an area to the right of us that looked like it was kind of like a side trail to go off to walk towards the cliff area.
All right, and from this photograph, or Exhibit 31, you said you're looking at the main trail?
That's correct.
Are you looking up or down the main trail?
Looking up the trail.
And this side trail you mentioned, where would that be in orientation to States Exhibit 31?
It would be to the right.
Is it actually pictured in this photo?
No.
All right, we're going to now publish States Exhibit 32. Okay, Ms. Kopp, we have States Exhibit 32 on the screen. What is this photo showing us?
So this is a view of the right of where I was standing. So where the pointer is pointed, this is a hole in the bush that we're looking at. And then here is kind of where you can see impressions in the leaves, kind of like the side trail that I'm talking about.
Okay. So the impressions that you were pointing out in the bottom of the screen was the side trail.
That's correct.
And what's on the far right of this photo?
The far right, that's going to be the cliff area.
All right, moving on now to States Exhibit 33. Okay, Ms. Kopp, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 33?
This is a view of the hole in the bush here. And then here is to the left is the main trail. And then you can see this is the side trail.
Got it. Okay. So the main trail is on
The left of the picture.
left side of this photo. And when you say the hole in the bush, is that the term you're going to use throughout the rest of your testimony?
Yes.
All right, publishing now States Exhibit 34. Okay, Ms. Kopp, what are we looking at in this photo?
That is going to be in the top right corner. You can see the cliff area. And then here towards the middle bottom is the side trail. And closer to the left side of the photo, that's going to be the hole in the bush.
Okay, so which direction are you facing then for this photo? Are you facing towards the main trail or towards the side trail for this photo?
I'm facing towards the side trail.
Publishing now States Exhibit 35 up on the screen. Ms. Kopp, what does this photo show?
That shows a closer view of the cliff view area.
At this point where you're taking this photo, are you on the main trail or the side trail?
I am on the main trail and I just zoomed in.
I see. So between States Exhibit, I'm going to publish them both together. So the left side is going to be States Exhibit 32. The right side is going to be States Exhibit. I'm sorry, I'm misstating myself. The left side is States Exhibit 35, and the right side is going to be States Exhibit 34. Okay, can you describe what you mean by zoomed in?
So using my camera, I just used the zoom on my camera so that I'm standing in the same area, but I'm just getting a more zoomed in view of the cliff area.
So these two photos on the screen, exhibits 34 on the right and 35 on the left, taken from the same place?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Kopp, we're going to move on now to State's Exhibit 36. What do we see in this photo, State's Exhibit 36?
In the middle, you can see there's kind of like the depression or like where the side trail goes through. And up further here is the hole in the bush.
So you directed the middle of the screen, the dirt patch, is that the side trail you're mentioning?
Yes,
Okay, and the hole in the bush is,
a little more, is kind of to the left of the side trail.
publishing State's Exhibit now 37. Okay, what happened with this photo?
This photo is a little it's underexposed, but I was taking a photograph of a rock that was pointed out by one of the detectives.
So did you find this rock that's in this photo yourself?
No.
Okay. And
Sorry, what exhibit is this?
State's 37.
Okay, thank you.
And before I get any further, when you say underexposed, how does a photo get underexposed?
Underexposed meaning either due to the shade, because there's a lot of trees, could be a factor. Also, that my flash didn't fire, so that's why there wasn't enough light when the photo was taken.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to State's Exhibit 38, publishing now. Okay, Ms. Coppo, is your flash working for this photo?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this photo?
So right in the center of the photo, you can see the rock here.
And again, this is, to reiterate, not something that you found yourself, but something you were directed to.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to take a pause and take State's Exhibit 38 down, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about the rock.
Okay.
After you were directed your attention towards the rock, what did you do about that rock?
After photographing it, we put it into a clean paper bag.
And what did you do with the paper bag when you were done up at the poly that day?
Once I was done at the scene, I took it back to the main office where I packaged it properly with tamper evidence tape. And I later that day turned it into the evidence room.
And did you turn it into Eric Nagayama at the evidence room?
Yes, I did.
From the time that you collected the rock and sealed it up and turned it into Eric Nagayama, from the time that you collected it to the time you turned it in, was it in your sole custody and control?
Yes, it was.
During that time, did you tamper with, alter, substitute, or destroy any part of the rock?
No.
And at this point, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit, sorry, what will be marked as State's Exhibit 2, and need a sticker real quick. All right, and this has previously been shown to defense counsel. Thank you. Ms. Kopp, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Could you, without showing the jury, look into that bag that I just handed you? Do you recognize what's in that bag?
Yes.
What is it?
It is item 2, the rock that I recovered.
Is item 2 that rock in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered it on March 24, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, the state will move to admit State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Mr. Otake,
No objection.
what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 2 is received into evidence?
And Your Honor, I'd like permission to publish to the jury.
Granted.
And could I publish by handing it to the jurors to pass around for a moment?
Is it sealed?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. Now retrieve the exhibit from the jury. Thank you. I'm going to hand exhibit 2 to the court clerk. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Kopp. I'm going to get back into the photos you took that day. So I'm now going to publish on the screen State's Exhibit 225. What does this photo show?
That is another view of the rock.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 40, and I misspoke. The last exhibit was 39. Thank you. So now publishing State's Exhibit 40. Ms. Kopp, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 40?
I am standing in the side trail and I am looking up to the main trail. And I think due to the lighting of the way it's projecting on the TV, the branches here have blood-like stains on them.
Okay. And you directed the attention to the branches in the middle of the side trail.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in to State's Exhibit 40. Okay. Can you describe what we're seeing in this zoomed in portion?
So it's just a close-up of the branches from the photo we were just looking at. And again, I think due to the exposure from the TV, but you can kind of see some red color here.
Taking State's Exhibit 40 down and publishing State's Exhibit 41. Ms. Kopp, what does this photo show?
This is a view of the main trail, and I am looking kind of at where the there's red blood-like stains here, and the branches are in the right corner area. That's the zoomed in area we were looking at earlier.
Okay. I'm sorry. Main trail or side trail?
This is the main trail.
Okay. Have you moved from where the last photo was taken?
I believe I'm now standing in the main trail so that I can take a photo of the blood-like stains here.
Okay. And you're directing to the bottom middle left portion of the screen?
Yes.
Zoom in. Okay. And what are you seeing in this zoomed in portion from the bottom middle left part of the screen?
There's some blood-like stains on the leaves and the ground area.
Taking Exhibit 41 down and publishing Exhibit 42. Ms. Kopp, what do we see in this photo?
This is another view of the ground area, and I am trying to get a close-up view of the leaf here, which has red blood-like stains on it.
Okay. And is that in the center of the photo?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in State's Exhibit 42 to the middle of the photo as you just indicated. Okay. Can you describe for us what we see in this zoomed in portion of the middle?
There are some red blood-like stains on the leaves there.
Okay, now publishing State's Exhibit 43. Ms. Kopp, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 43?
This is another view. I am standing on the main trail, and to the left of the trail, kind of off to the middle here, on this leaf, there is red blood-like stains on it.
That's a leaf in the left center of the photograph?
Yes.
Do you take other zoomed in photographs of this leaf?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move on to them. State's Exhibit 44 being published right now. What does this photo show?
It's a zoomed in photo of that same leaf with the blood-like stain.
And again, publishing now State's Exhibit 45.
Another view of the same leaf with the blood-like stains on it.
Okay. State's Exhibit 46 now.
This is another photo of that same leaf with the red blood-like stains on it.
Got it. All right. State's Exhibit 47 now. Being published, could you tell us what this photo is of?
This is a view of the main trail. So I believe I went back and I stood in the side trail area and I angled my camera towards the main trail to get this photograph.
Are you looking up or down the main trail at this point?
Looking up.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 48.
This is another, I'm standing in the side trail still, and I took another photo looking up at the main trail.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 49. Ms. Kopp, what do we see in this photo?
I moved back into the main trail and my camera is pointed up the trail In the top right corner, you can see a white piece of clothing.
Do you take zoomed in photos of this as well?
I believe once I get closer to the item, I take close-up.
I'm just asking so I don't have to zoom in on.
Oh,
this
okay, yes,
specific
sorry.
photo. Okay, States Exhibit 50 now, publishing. What do we see in this one?
I'm getting closer to that white piece of clothing, still on the main trail walking up.
Now publishing States Exhibit 51.
This is a close-up view of that item of clothing.
Publishing States Exhibit 52. Can you tell us what's in this one? I'm sorry.
Okay, so in this photograph, I walked past the item, so I'm now kind of at the top of the trail, we're gonna call it, and the piece of clothing is now on the left side.
Okay, when we say top of the trail, is this like close to the top as far as you went?
Yes,
And which direction are you looking at the trail at this point, up or down?
I am looking down.
Publishing States Exhibit 53. What does this exhibit show?
I'm still at the top of the trail looking down. The clothing item is still in the photo, and that hole in the bush that I was speaking about earlier is gonna be here to the left.
And that's the same hole in the bush that you saw on the side trail?
Yes,
Now publishing States Exhibit 54. What does this exhibit show?
it's another view of the seam. I'm standing at the top of the main trail looking down.
Any difference in flash in these two photos?
I think the flash is better here, so the photo's brighter.
Gotcha. Now publishing States Exhibit 55. Ms. Kopp, what is this photo showing?
This photo, I am still at the top of the trail, but I moved to where the item of clothing was recovered, and I'm shooting downwards to get that view.
Okay, so you're still standing at the top of where you went on the trail?
Yes,
Okay, are you zoomed in at all at this point?
I might be a little zoomed in, but I know that I did take a few steps forward because the item of clothing is no longer in the photograph.
Gotcha. Okay, so you took a couple steps down the trail before
Yes.
taking this exhibit. States Exhibit now 56.
I walked further, a few more steps down from the previous photo, and I'm still shooting down the trail. And I know this because some of the detectives were waiting for me to finish photographs, and there you can see feet at the top center here.
In the top center of the photograph, that's somebody's legs and shoes?
Yes.
Got it. Where's the side trail in proportion to this?
The side trail is going to be to the left side.
Is it to the left side of where you're standing?
I would see, it would be a little bit more up, but it's before the detectives that were waiting, so it's like here, the side trail.
Got it. Okay. States Exhibit now 57. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
There is some blood-like stains again to the right on some of the right greenage leaf area there. So here.
Okay, and you've directed the pointer probably as far as you can reach to the middle of the screen right now?
Yes.
And what you're referencing is just to a little bit to the right middle.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in to the right middle portion of the screen. Is this what you're referencing as blood-like stains?
Yes.
Publishing now States Exhibit 58. Ms. Kopp, what does States Exhibit 58 show?
This is a close-up view of the branches from the previous image.
And I got to ask, I see something in the top right corner. What is that?
A shoe.
Is that one of the police officers you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
And then where are you on the trail as you're taking this photo?
I'm standing on the main trail, and I believe I'm still coming down the trail.
Where are you in relation to the side trail?
The side trail is still going to be to the left.
All right, publishing now States Exhibit 59.
This photo, I walked back up the trail to where the item of the clothing item was recovered from, and this is kind of where I'm going to refer to the hole in the bushes here.
Okay. And you've pointed to the left middle portion of the screen, and that's the hole in the bush?
Yes.
Is that the same hole in the bush you referenced when discussing the side trail?
Yes.
Does that hole in the bush go all the way from the side trail through to the main trail?
I believe it did. I did not walk through myself, but I know that the hole that we were talking about earlier and this hole is coming from that same bush.
Got it. Publishing now States Exhibit 60. What does this photo show?
This is, I'm still standing at the top of the trail looking in through that hole in the bush. And I'm kneeling now so that I can get a photo of the blood-like stains here that are on the ground.
And did you take any close-up photos of those blood-like stains?
I think I have one more photograph.
Publishing now, States Exhibit 61. What does this photograph show?
So this is another photo, kind of a zoomed in photo of the blood-like stains seen in the previous photograph.
Okay, and can you direct us to where those blood-like stains are on this exhibit?
It's going to be in the center of the photo.
And is there, how many stains are there that you can see?
I see two. So there's one in the center and then one more towards the bottom center.
Now moving on to publishing States Exhibit 62. Ms. Kopp, what does States Exhibit 62 show?
This is the cliff area. So the detective wanted me to, using the side trail, to go and take a photograph of that cliff area.
So this is a different, are you taking this one in the same place as the last photo or a different place?
A different place.
So at this point, have you walked to the end of the side trail?
Yes.
Publishing now States Exhibit 63. Scott, what are we seeing in States Exhibit 63?
So from where I was previously standing looking out towards the cliff, if I turn around, this is what I saw. This is the hole in the bush.
Okay.
In the center there.
Did you take any additional photos of this hole in the bush from the side trail or cliff side?
I think I have a zoomed in photo.
We'll publish now States Exhibit 64. What does States Exhibit 64 show?
So this is a zoomed in photo of the previous photo, and there is blood-like stains there in the middle.
Okay, I'm going to pull up a side-by-side now between States Exhibit 64, which is going to remain on the left, and States Exhibit 61 on the right. So States Exhibit 64, where was those stains located?
Those are from the front view. That makes sense.
Sorry, are these different stains or the same?
I believe they're different stains.
Are they, so you said they're both from the hole in the bush?
Yes, so like they're, like I said, off of the main trail where I previously was taking that first pull under the bush, that it was a little further up.
Got it. Okay.
And then like this is from the front of that bush.
Same hole in the bush or different hole?
The same hole.
All right, now publishing States Exhibit 65. What do we see in States Exhibit 65, Ms. Kopp?
65, I am now back at the top of the trail, and here to the like left middle, that is going to be the hole in the bush.
All right, and publishing now States Exhibit 66. What do we see in this exhibit?
It's another view right there in the center is kind of like the hole in the bush.
Got it. And last photo for now, States Exhibit 67.
And that is just a zoomed in photograph of the previous image.
Got it. All right, take the photos down for a moment, Ms. Kopp.
So, Vernon, can I call a quick recess here?
Yes.
We went for a while. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short recess. 10-minute recess. Ms. Official will get you at 11:55. Then a short session up until 12:30 before we break for our lunch. Keep your notebooks on the chair. All right.
Swabbed. And then that blood-like stain that was from the, when I recovered the swab, I stood in the front of the hole in the bush and I swabbed that blood-like stain that I could see there.
So the swab, the last one that you mentioned from the, we're just going to keep calling it the hole in the bush. When you say from the front, is that from the side trail side or from the main trail side?
After coming off of the side trail, like I said, I was facing the cliffside, and when you turn around, the bush was right behind.
Got it. Could you, real quickly for a moment, just thumb through the exhibits that you have up there with you and pick an exhibit that shows where each swab was? already?
Yes.
Okay. And the first swab you mentioned, was that the swab of a blood-like stain recovered from a plant off the trail?
Yes.
Okay. What exhibit is the photograph that shows that?
Exhibit 46.
I'm going to put that up on the screen. Publishing now states exhibit 46. Okay. And could you direct us on the screen to the area you swabbed?
So I swabbed this area here, the red blood-like stain there.
And was that swab designated as evidence item number 3 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Now taking down states exhibit 46. For the second swab you took, is that the one you mentioned was the of a blood-like stain recovered from a plant from the leaf on the trail?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us what exhibit shows that?
Exhibit 42.
Publishing now states exhibit 42. Okay. And which area of this photo did you take that swab from?
In the middle here, the leaf that's on the ground there.
I'm going to zoom into this exhibit. Okay. Could you point us now to the leaf that you swabbed?
Sorry, it's kind of blown out here, but right here, you can kind of see the red color.
And was this submitted as evidence item number 4 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. The third swab you took, I think you mentioned, I'm taking down the exhibit, I'm sorry. The third swab that you took, it was the blood-like stain recovered from the tree branch, is that right?
Yes.
And could you tell us which exhibit shows where you took that swab?
Exhibit 40.
Now publishing states exhibit 40. Okay, could you show us on this exhibit where you took that swabbing from?
It's going to be from the branches located here.
The branch is in the middle right of the photo?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in. Okay, could you point us out to where the blood-like substance that you swabbed was?
So it'd be here, this area here.
And you're directing us to the left side of those branches.
Yes.
And was this swab of the branches from right next to the trail, was that designated as item number 5 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. And the last swab you mentioned, where was that from?
I recovered it standing from the front of the, so using the side trail and then viewing the hole in the bush from that side, from the front of it. I swabbed the blood-like stain that was located where I could see from there.
And what exhibit shows that best?
40, exhibit 64.
64. Publishing states exhibit 64. Okay, and then could you show us where you swabbed on this exhibit?
This area here.
And you're pointing to the center of the photograph. And was this swab of the blood-like stain on the ground under the bush, the hole in the bush as we've been calling it, designated as item number 6 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down. Now, you told us what a swab is, where you took it. After you take the swab, what do you do with the actual piece that you take?
The swabs have like a capture over it, so it keeps it not sterile, but it protects it from getting contaminated. The swabs are then placed in a self-sealing pouch, and we later seal it with tamper evidence tape.
And did you follow that procedure in this case?
Yes.
And then after you sealed up the swab in the pouch with the cap, with the tamper-proof tape, where did you take it?
Once getting back to the main station, I created evidence sheets and I turned it into the evidence room.
And was that to Eric Nagayama?
Yes.
And from the time that you collected the swabs labeled as items 3, 4, 5, and 6, to the time you gave the swabs to Eric Nagayama at the HPD evidence room, were they in your sole custody and control?
Yes.
During that time, did you tamper with, alter, substitute, or destroy the contents of any of those 4 items?
No.
During that time, did anybody else open the self-sealing package at all?
No.
Okay. One last section, Ms. Kopp. In addition to your work at the scene on the Palipuka Trail, did you also participate in the execution of a search warrant on a black Nike bag listed as item number 47 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
What was your role in the execution of that search warrant?
I was assisting taking photograph of its contents.
I'm going to approach now with what's been marked as States Exhibit 87 to States Exhibit 103, previously shown to defense. May I approach the witness? Yes. And I'm going to collect all the other exhibits from you. Okay, Ms. Kopp, could you take a look through what I've just handed you, and when you're done, look up? Okay. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
What are these?
These are photographs from the search warrant I assisted with.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict that bag that you helped execute the search warrant on and took photographs of, as well as the contents of that bag?
Yes.
At this point, the state will move State's Exhibit 87 to 103 into evidence.
Mr. Rotan. Subject to our previous record.
Yes.
What has been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 87 to 103 inclusive will be received into evidence.
And for the record, the state will reserve publishing on these exhibits for now.
Thank you.
I'm going to collect the exhibits from you, Ms. Kopp. Okay. Ms. Kopp, did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu's dear boy?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand the exhibits to the clerk.
Please.
I'm going to hand exhibit 2 to the clerk as well.
Thank you. Mr. Osaki, cross-examination.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, 1 second. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hi. Just a few questions for you. I know it's getting close to time to eat. I'll keep it quick. Now, how long have you been an evidence specialist?
8 years.
8 years. And part of that, you received training and from HPD about how to go about your job, yes?
Yes.
And on the date of this incident, when you went there and took these photographs that we've been discussing, you were not that morning, you didn't know you were going to have to go on a hike that morning, correct?
That's correct.
And so you were in, I think you said Vans, tennis shoes,
Yes.
and you walked up the hike.
Yes.
Now, you arrived at the scene at 1:43 p.m. in the afternoon, yes?
Yes.
And we know that because you document that in your report, yes?
Yes.
So 1:43 p.m., that was approximately, well, that's a little over 3 hours after 10:30 a.m., yes?
Yes.
11, 12, yeah. A little over 3 hours after 10:30 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And so it's safe to say that the responding officers, the first officers there, had arrived at the alleged scene a lot earlier than you, yes?
I suppose I'm not I don't know specifically what time they arrived, but yes.
Yeah, like, and all I mean is you weren't the first person from HPD there, correct?
Correct.
So there was a responding officer named Officer Wu who testified that he was one of the first officers there. He would have been there before you, correct?
Yes.
Now, you go up on this trail and you take some photographs of the rock, yes?
Yes.
Let's, if we could we please pull up State's Exhibit 37? Let's maybe go to number 38. Sorry. Okay, 38. So this is a picture of the rock that you took, correct?
Correct.
And let me ask you this: when as an evidence specialist, do you agree? And part of your training, you want to document and photograph evidence. Ideally in the location it was initially discovered, correct?
Yes.
In other words, that's part of what you're doing. You're there to document evidence and show where it was when the police first got there, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you got up there, you took a picture of this rock and it was right in that area there with the leaves around it and whatnot, yes?
Yes, sir.
And this would have been after the first officers, including Officer Wu, got there, correct?
Yes.
Could we please, Mr. Dirks, pull up what's already in evidence marked as State's Exhibit 6? Okay. So you see here, this is State's Exhibit 6. And the rock is kind of in that clearing little pathway.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not where you photographed it, was it?
No.
Can we put Exhibit 6, this was introduced to Officer Wu. Can we put Exhibit 6 next to Exhibit 34, if that's possible, Mr. Dirks? If possible. If not, it's okay. Exhibit 6 and 38. Okay. So when you got there, you took a photo of it on the right, this one on the right, correct?
Yes.
That's the rock there, yes?
Correct.
Exhibit 6 shows it in the middle of the walkway, yes?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. When you testified today, the prosecutor didn't ask you about that. Did you know that it had been moved before you photographed it?
No.
You thought you were photographing it where it was initially discovered, correct?
Yes,
And that's kind of an important piece of information, isn't it, ma'am? In terms of, as an evidence specialist, if you're going to photograph something and kind of represent that's where it was found, it's kind of important. And I'm not blaming you, right? Obviously, nobody told you, but it's important. It's important. You know, if you're photographing something where it had been moved and not where it was initially found, that's kind of an important thing to maybe note in your report or know as an evidence specialist, correct?
correct.
Okay. And in fact, had you been told that by the officers that it had been moved, you probably would have documented that, yes?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions. Thank you.
Any reader?
No, thank you.
This one, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Officers.
Next witness will be Mohammed Salamie.
Raise your hand, please.
You do solemnly swear from that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And before you start testifying, could you just take the microphone as close to you as possible and speak into the microphone as much as possible, okay?
Okay.
All right. Can you please state your name?
My name is Mohammed Salamie.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a police evidence specialist with the Honolulu Police Department.
How long you've been employed by HPD?
About 3 years.
What was your assignment on March 25th, 2025 around 5:40 p.m.?
To take photographs and collect evidence, DNA reference sample.
In taking a step back, in general, what are the duties of an evidence specialist?
To process and document crime scenes, including individuals, through the use of photography, diagramming, and evidence collection.
And on that date at 5:40 p.m., what type of evidence were you assigned to collect under HPD report 25-110958?
A DNA reference sample or a buccal swab.
And what is a buccal swab?
Buccal swab is a swab sample used to reference a known DNA sample.
And where would you collect a buccal swab from?
The interior cheek area of the mouth of an individual.
And who did you collect the buccal swab from in this case?
Mr. Gerhard Konig.
And before you collect the buccal swab, do you document or photograph the person you're collecting the swab from?
I do. Mhm.
At this point, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 129, States 238, and States 239.
Yes.
Agree, Mr. Chun? Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Salamie, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 129, 238, and 239. Could you take a look at those three exhibits, and when you're done, look up? Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
What are these?
These are photographs of Mr. Konig.
And you took these photographs?
I did.
And again, was that on March 25th, 2025 at around 5:40 p.m.?
Yes.
These photographs fairly and accurately depict Gerhard Konig on that date and time.
Yes.
At this point, the state will move States Exhibit 129, 238, and 239 into evidence.
Mr. Koki, subject to our previous record.
No objection. Thank you.
Okay, what is the mark for identification as States Exhibits 129, 238, and 239 will be received as evidence?
Thank you. I'm going to retrieve the exhibits from you, Mr. Salamie.
Okay.
And again, we will reserve publishing for the moment. Okay. Could you walk us through the mechanics of how you actually collected the buccal swab from Mr. Konig?
Of course.
Dr. Konig, sorry.
I start with a new pair of gloves, new pair of swabs. I begin by swabbing or collecting the sample from the interior cheek area, left and right cheek area, also known as buccal. And then after collecting the sample, I cap the sample, place it into a self-seal envelope, and then seal it into a manila envelope.
And is that the way you actually collected the sample on March 25th, 2025 in this case?
Yes.
After you collected the swab and sealed it, what did you do with it?
I submitted it to the evidence room.
Okay. And who did you give it to at the HPD evidence room?
Ms. Jeanette Moses.
And did you do that on March 26, 2025?
I did.
From the time that you collected the buccal swab from Gerhard Konig on March 25, 2025, to the time that you submitted it to Ms. Moses on March 26, 2025, was the swab in your sole custody and control?
It was, yes.
And also, was the swab designated as evidence item number 45 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
During that time, from the time you took the swab to the time you submitted it, was it in your, I'm sorry, repeating myself, did you tamper with, alter, substitute, or destroy the contents of the packaging in any way?
I did not, no.
Tamper with the swab in any way?
No.
During that time, did you or anybody else open the self-sealing package at all?
No.
Okay. Did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank
I'm going to hand the exhibits to the clerk.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Very briefly, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Salamie.
Morning,
Is
sir.
I saying that right?
That's
Salamie?
correct.
Thank you for being here. I just had a couple of questions. The photographs that you just, you were just shown, 238, 239, and 129. Did you take those at the same time that you were doing the buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay, so you indicated that on March 25th, 2025, the buccal swab you took at 5:40 p.m. roughly, yes?
Yes.
And you would have done the photographs roughly at that same time, correct?
Yes, prior to collection.
Right before. Okay.
Yes.
So 5:40 p.m. on the 25th of March is 10:30 a.m. on the 24th of March. 5:40 p.m. is about 31 hours later, correct?
I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. So if we go 10:30 a.m. on the 24th,
Okay.
and we go to 10:30 a.m. on the 25th, that's 25 hours, right?
Okay.
And then from 10:30 on the 25th to 5:30, that's 7 hours, right? 10:30 to 5:30, right?
10:35.
Yeah. So you took these photographs, 24 hours plus 7, 31. You took these photographs 31 hours after 10:30 a.m. on the 24th, correct?
Sorry, 25 plus 7 is 32.
24 plus 7.
24 plus
Yeah.
7, 20, 31. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. 31 hours after 10:30 a.m. on the 24th,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's publish it. Let's publish these now since they're in evidence.
Okay.
So if we could exhibit 238, it's going to be on the screen here.
Okay.
So that's a photograph you took when you were doing the buccal swabs of Dr. Konig, yes?
Yes.
And this was at the Honolulu Police Department
The central receiving desk.
Central Receiving, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 31 hours later, let's go to 239. Okay. Can we zoom in on his ear and his cheek? Is that possible? Okay. So that's his ear and his cheek, 31 hours later. And then if we could go with 129. Okay. And that's the front of him 24 hours later. I mean, 31 hours later, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Varner, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our lunch break now. Leave your notebooks on your chair. Have you come back at 1:30 this afternoon and talk more about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside. All of you, have a good lunch. All right.
do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon.
That's it.
Sorry. Sorry. As you testify today, could you also speak as much into the microphone as possible?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please state your name?
Chauncey Nicola.
And Mr. Nicola, what do you do for work?
I'm a Honolulu police officer.
How long have you been employed by HPD?
Just about 9 years.
Were you employed and on duty on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
On that date, what was your assigned unit?
I was assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division's Strategic Enforcement Detail.
And what does the strategic enforcement detail generally do?
We either handle cases or we assist other detectives or other details within the Criminal Investigations Divisions.
And on about 12:45 p.m. on March 24th, 2025, where were you dispatched to?
The Palipuka.
When you got to the Palipuka, what were you assigned to do?
We were assigned to look for the suspect and go up into the mountain, into the trail area.
And did you actually do that?
Yes, I did.
And when you say go up into the mountain, where exactly did you go?
So we had to go up to the initial scene and canvass the area and look for different routes and different areas that he might have went, or just that whole mountainside area.
What was the terrain like on that mountainside area?
It was steep, it was rocky, there was dirt.
What was the ground brush cover, if there was any lake?
I mean, it was dirt and grassy area.
How long did you stay at the Poly Lookout on March 24th, 2025?
About 6 hours maybe.
What time did you end up leaving?
Right around just about 6 p.m.
Who was with you when you were leaving?
Officer Koki and Officer Borges.
And where were you instructed to go around 6 o'clock p.m.?
Back to the main police station on Baratano.
So you're going back towards town, or you're going towards Windward side?
We're going town bound. So we left Palipuka and we went Poly, but we went town bound towards the main station.
And can you describe the vehicle that you and the other two officers were in?
So we're in an unmarked HPD police vehicle. It's a Nissan Quest, gray in color.
It's a Nissan Quest. Oh, what kind of vehicle is that?
It's a van, a regular van.
And where were you positioned in that Nissan Quest?
I was driving the van.
I know you talked a little bit about it, but can you clarify the route you were taking to get back from the Poly Lookout to the main station?
Okay, so we left. We were at the top part where that rock wall was. We parked, then we left, and we went down towards Poly, so the Nuanu Drive.
Nu'uanu Poly Drive?
Poly Drive, yeah, to Poly Highway.
As you were driving down the Nu'uanu Poly Drive, what did you observe?
As we pass everybody, we go down. I see a male emerging from the brush area behind this tree, like the forest area, come across the roadway.
Can you describe the male that you observed?
Yeah, he was average height, maybe 5'7", 5'8". He was wearing a white shirt, blue pants, which he had like blood on his shirt.
Or what looked like blood?
What looked like blood appeared to be blood.
How close did you get to the male in the vehicle?
So after we continued to drive down, we pulled just alongside. So this is my vehicle. He was approximately right there.
And for the record, you just demonstrated about an arm's length.
A little bit past arm length away.
And you got a little bit past an arm length away from your vehicle?
Yes.
Did you recognize that male to be anybody relevant to your investigation?
Yes, the suspect.
In the space on the description you were given?
Yes.
If you were able to see that person again, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes, I would.
If that person is in the courtroom, can you point to that person and let us know an article of clothing that they're wearing?
Sitting in the middle with the blue collared shirt.
And may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will reflect identification as we made.
And who did you ID the male as, name-wise?
Well, Gerhard Konig, sorry.
So once you observed the male and ID him as Gerhard Konig, what actions did you take?
So we pulled alongside. I told my other fellow officers in the car that was him. And then we pulled up, and then I put up alongside of him. I said, "Hey, please stop. Let me see your hand."
Okay. Now, when you said, "Please stop, let me see your hands," can you tell us what kind of voice you used when you do that?
I mean, I used kind of a loud, commanding voice so that he could hear.
Officer Nicola, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you this. Do you mind demonstrating?
Yeah, so I pulled up and I said, "Hey, please stop. Let me see your hands."
And after you said that, did you give the defendant a chance to comply?
Yeah, so he looked at me. He looked back because we're face. I'm looking at him and he's looking at me when I said that.
Okay. So he's looking at you when you say, "Police stop"?
Because he's up the van approaching because he runs in front of us because we come down.
And how long did you give him to comply with that demand?
I mean, I at that point, I'm just looking at him. Could have been, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds. He's just looking at me.
Okay. And after you see the defendant, you pull up, you tell him to stop, you guys look at each other, then what does the defendant do next?
Then he turns and he runs away from my vehicle to this brushy, like the grassy area because we're still in the roadway.
Okay, you say you runs to a brushy or grassy area. Can you describe
Like,
the area?
yeah, it's just like it's the road and it's like grass in third area, and then there was like bushes beyond that.
Okay, as the defendant ran toward the road and the grassy area and the bushes, what did you do?
And then put my vehicle in park. I exited my vehicle and I gave chase after him.
Did anybody else pursue as well?
Yeah, my other two partners are with me, but they were on the other side of the vehicle, so I didn't see when they came out or anything. I was just focused on running ahead of me.
So of the three officers, who got to the defendant first?
I did.
What happened when you got to the defendant?
So as I got closer, I reached out and I grabbed his right arm to try. I'm still yelling, police stop, and I was able to grab onto his right arm.
After you grabbed the defendant's right arm, actually, pause that.
Yes.
Restart the question. You said you kept yelling, police stop.
Yes.
How many times?
I just kept yelling as I was running. Multiple times I just was yelling, police.
Okay. And going forward again now,
Yes.
after you grabbed the defendant's arm, what did the defendant do?
He tries to break my grip, so he tries to pull out and continue running away from me to get away from me.
And as the defendant's pulling away from you,
Right.
When you're grabbing his right arm, what happens with you and the defendant?
We're in this like grassy, like muddy area, so I lose my balance and he loses balance. We both fall down and I fall on top of him.
Who falls on top of who?
I fell on top of him.
Okay, so now at this point, you and the defendant have both fallen, and you fall on top of him. What did the defendant do next?
Starts reaching for it. He has this like black, side bag. I don't know what you call it. It's like he has it around him. He starts to grab for it.
And once you see the defendant reaching for this bag, what do you do next?
I'm trying to use my physical strength to pull the bag away from him, which I was able to, and I'm able to pull it off of him and get it away from him.
And so were you actually able to get the bag away from him?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do with the bag once you got it away from the
So once I got it away, I threw it on the side of me to get it away from me and him, away from arm's length reach from anybody, so he couldn't grab the bag again.
Right. So at this point, now that you've gotten the bag away from the defendant, what happens next?
Well, he's still trying to push and fight, and he's trying to like grab all over. So I don't know what he's going for. He's reaching for his waist. He's going for his pants. So I don't know if he has a weapon or not. So I continue to try to gain control of him.
And as defendant's doing this, as he's reaching for his waist and all this, how do you attempt to gain control of the defendant?
So I give him some distractionary strikes to his large muscle group area.
Okay. And when you say distractionary strikes, could you explain for us what that means?
I'll give him close fist strikes.
And when you say large muscle groups, what do you mean by that?
I'm trying to hit his arm area and his legs.
And how many distractionary strikes did you do?
About 6 of them.
Ultimately, was the defendant apprehended
Yes, he was.
and arrested?
Yes.
After the defendant was arrested, what happened with his backpack?
So then, after he was arrested, I went back and grabbed the bag. I put it in a brown paper bag and I secured it until the detective came.
Okay. And once the detective came, what did you do with the backpack?
I then transferred custody and gave him the bag.
Did you take any photographs of the defendant and his physical condition on March 24th, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 132, 235, and 237?
Yes.
I'm sorry, 236.
132, 235, and 236? Or what was the wrong one? 237?
I apologize. There's 4 photographs. I missed one. So we have 132,
Okay.
235, 236, and 237.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, may I approach? Okay, Officer Nicola, I've handed you 4 photographs now. Could you take a look through all 4, and when you're done, look up and let me know?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
What are these?
The photos after he was placed under arrest.
And these are the photographs of the defendant.
Yes.
So these photographs fairly and accurately depict the defendant as you observed him on March 24th, 2025.
Yes.
At this point, the state will move to enter 132, 235, 236, and 237 into evidence.
Okay. No objection. Okay. What is the mark for identification of States Exhibits 132, 235, 236, and 237 we received as evidence?
Okay, and permission to publish.
Right.
Okay, Officer Nicola, I'm going to put those photos up on the screen. Starting with Exhibit 132. And now rotated correctly. Officer Nicola, what does this photograph show?
Full body picture of the suspect.
And What's that in the background of this photo?
Just the kind of grassy area that he ran into, or we ran to.
And how big are the trees back there?
Very big.
Publishing now states Exhibit 235. And we'll rotate it correctly. Okay, Officer Nicola, what does this photo show us?
Closer view of his kind of upper chest area.
And now publishing states Exhibit 236. And apologies, I might have to rotate it again. Okay, what does this photo show?
This is a left profile.
And lastly, Exhibit 237. And again, we'll rotate it upright. What does this photo show?
This is right profile.
I'm going to take the exhibits down. After you arrested the defendant, Officer Nicola, where did you take him?
Took him to Straub Hospital.
Why did you take the defendant to the hospital?
Just because when we took him down, there was force use and stuff. So we always take the suspect to the hospital.
How long did you and the defendant stay at the hospital?
Only about 5 hours.
A couple more questions. What were you wearing that day, Officer Nicola?
I was in a plainclothes attire, so I had a t-shirt, pants, and I had my badge from my neckline, and then I had my gun belt underneath my shirt and stuff.
Sorry, where was your badge actually displayed on your body?
It was on my chest area.
And last couple of questions. Officer Nicola, how tall are you?
About 6 feet,
And approximately how much did you weigh on March 24, 2025?
300 pounds.
Did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu? Straightforward.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Officer Nicola.
That's right.
Just a few questions for you. You mentioned that you, on the day of this incident, were part of something called the Strategic Enforcement Detail. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's true that the Strategic Enforcement Detail is a plain clothes detail. In other words, you're not wearing what you're wearing today, your uniform you're wearing today, correct?
Yes.
Patrol officers who are on patrol, they wear the uniform you're wearing today, correct?
Yes.
Patrol officers on patrol also wear body cameras, yes?
Yes, sir.
But in the Strategic Enforcement Detail, HPD has it where you guys don't wear body cameras, correct?
Yes.
So the patrol officers have body cameras on. It records the interaction. It records what you guys did, what the suspect did, what was said, what wasn't said, correct? For a patrol officer, right?
Yes, sir.
But you guys, no body cameras, correct?
No, sir.
And that's a decision by HPD, yes?
Yes.
You mentioned being in an unmarked van, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you say unmarked van, sir, you just mean it's just like a van, like it doesn't have any HPD,
No logos, no lights and sirens, nothing like that.
no sirens.
Nothing.
And no dash cam either?
No, sir.
No body cam, no dash cam, unmarked vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were coming down and you left the area, you're driving down, I guess you said New Anapali Drive, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
So is that, just so we're all clear, so when you leave the lookout, you kind of, to come back to Pali Highway, you gotta come down kind of like a,
It's like a, yeah, I don't know how to explain it.
it's like a driveway, I mean, not driveway, but like a
long-
off-ramp, kind of, on-ramp.
Yeah, something.
Like it's what people use to get back on Pali Highway from the lookout, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's around 6 p.m., yes?
Yes.
And so this was about a year ago, so it's a similar time of year. So, it's 6 p.m. this time of year. It's not dark yet, right?
Not at all.
It's still lit, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's 6 p.m. It's still lit, and you see who you believe to be the suspect walking down the street in the light, correct?
Yes.
And when you first saw him, he was walking, not running, correct?
When he ran across from the trees for the brushy area, he ran across with us.
But when you first saw him, he was walking down Poly Drive, right?
Well, he first ran across the out of the bushes. He runs across, and then we come up alongside of him, and then that's when he's walking.
Okay. Oh, I see. So he ran across, and then he was walking.
Then he's walking alongside
Got
because
it.
we drive over him.
Got it. Okay. And then he was walking down when you guys put up next to him.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned some of the force that you used in apprehending Gerhard, yes?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you at the time weighed about 300 pounds, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were with Officer Koki
Koki.
and Officer Borges?
Yes, sir.
And they're also pretty big guys, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned some strikes to his large muscle area to get compliance. I think you said maybe about 6 strikes to his large muscle area, correct?
Yep.
And his muscle area you're talking about is like his arms, his legs, the core of his body, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you know, when you use force, officer, you have to fill out something called a use of force form after, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, you did your best to fill that out accurately, yes?
Yes, sir.
So it's true then that in the process of apprehending him these strikes, you did not hit him in the face or head, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yep.
You mentioned taking him to the hospital. He had visible injuries when you were dealing with him after, yes?
Yes, sir.
But you believe that those injuries came from the hike, yes? Or the incident, correct?
The incident from when we both fell down.
Yeah, and from the hike, yes?
Sure. Yes.
And then you took him to Straub,
Straub Hospital.
and then at Straub, did you stay with him the full 5 hours?
I stayed with him up until about the last hour. Then Officer Koki came and relieved us, and we went back to the station.
Okay. 1 second. But to be clear, you never hit him or struck him in his face or head, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, officer. No
Sure.
further questions.
And you can get it.
Officer Nicola, do you know what body part the defendant landed on when you fell on top of him?
So we went forward, and he landed on his head area, like because I went down and I was trying to grab him to stop, and we both just fell down.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any requests?
No. Thank you, officer.
Also, thank you.
Is that one out there? I think that's what we.
You can go ahead. Watch that. Mr. Martin, stay next witness. Called Riley Borges.
You do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's right. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name?
Riley Borges,
Mr. Borges, what is your occupation?
Honolulu police officer.
How long have you been employed by HPD?
Almost 6 years.
Were you employed on duty on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
On that date, what was your assigned unit?
I was part of the Criminal Investigation Division, Strategic Enforcement Detail.
And at around 12:45 p.m. on March 24th, 2025, where were you dispatched to?
I was dispatched to a hiking area known as the Palipuka.
And what area is the Palipuka located in?
It's located off of Pali Highway on New Anapali Drive.
And before you get to the puka, do you got to go to the lookout?
Yes.
When you got to the area that day, what were you asked to do?
I was asked to canvass the area, the forestry area, to look for the suspect or evidence or anything that stuck out to us.
When you say you're looking for to canvass for the suspect or evidence, what was the primary objective?
Primary objective for myself and like our small unit was to look for the suspect.
Did you actually go up the Palipuka trail?
Yes.
How far up the trail did you go?
I went all the way to the Puka, which is approximately about a 20 to 30 minute hike if you're going pretty fast.
And can you describe the trail and the condition of the trail up to the puka?
Yes, it's all dirt, some grass, loose footing, areas that have a steep incline. There's some areas that previously people tied up ropes because it's very steep to get up there. And then some areas where it's very narrow that the cliff is right to your right.
Which side, when you say it's to your right, is it the windward side or the town side?
Be windward side.
And do you know how big the cliff was?
I would say approximately close to 1,000 feet.
And when you were up there that day, what was the wind level like?
It was very windy.
What was the terrain, or, I'm sorry, you mentioned that you hiked up to the puka. Did you canvass any other areas as well?
Yes.
Okay, what areas were those?
The kind of landing area where the incident had occurred.
And can you describe the terrain, or I'm sorry, the ground cover of that area?
That area was like a small opening, relatively flat, and grass and some brush around there.
And then can you describe the ground cover generally of the area you canvassed?
Generally, the trail itself is kind of a beaten path. You know, it's got some grass, but overall dirt and some rock. But as soon as you go off the trail, it gets to dense forest, dense bamboo, and other shrubs and bushes.
Did you search the bottom of the cliff yourself?
The windward side, you're asking?
Yes.
No, we weren't able to access that area.
How long did you stay at the poly lookout area on March 24, 2025?
Around 5 to 6 hours.
And what time did you leave?
Approximately 1800 hours, 6 p.m.
Thank you. Who was with you?
I was with Officer Nicola and Officer Koki.
And where were you instructed to go?
I was instructed to go back to the main police station.
And that's 801 South Peritania Street.
Yes.
What was the route that you guys were taking?
So we exited the parking lot of the lookout, and we're on New Wanapali Road, headed townbound towards Pali Highway.
Can you describe the vehicle?
We were in a Nissan Quest, gray. It's like a van.
Is this a police car or no?
It's an unmarked vehicle, no police lights or sirens.
Where were you positioned in the vehicle?
I was in the second row, and I was in the middle, so I could see like the windshield. Yeah.
Sorry, could you describe a little bit about this type of van and what you mean by that?
I guess the best way to describe it is like a soccer mom van. It's, you know, a passenger van. It can hold like 7 people. It's got the automatic sliding doors, that kind of stuff.
Got it. Okay. And then, so second row, was there a row behind you?
Yeah.
And as you were driving down New Wanapali Drive in the middle seat, what did you observe?
From about 100 yards away, I could see a male exit what appeared to look like he exited the brush area and onto the road.
Can you describe the male that you observed?
From about 100 yards away, I could just see that it was a male, lighter in skin color, and I saw like blue clothing of sort.
How close did you get to him in that vehicle?
From 100 yards, when we first saw him, we drove right up to him.
And then once you drove right to him, what window of the vehicle were you seeing him out of?
The windshield, primarily.
And were you able to make any other visual observations as you got up right up close?
Yes. While we were still driving from about 20 yards away, I was able to identify who the suspect was.
Who did you identify him as?
Gerhard Konig.
And how did you identify him?
I previously looked at his Hawaii driver's license on our computer system to familiarize myself with his appearance.
If you were to see that person again, would you be able to recognize them?
Yes.
If that person is in the courtroom today, could you point at an article of clothing and let us know what they're wearing?
Yes. A blue long sleeve button-up shirt.
Better may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Record reflect identification was made.
Okay, so Officer Borges, you observed the male and identify him as Gerhard Konig. What actions do you take next?
From there, Officer Nicola parks the vehicle, and he exits first. And well, simultaneously, we're all trying to exit, but I have to exit through the right side, which is the passenger side, and that is the opposite side that the suspect is on.
Were you saying anything as you exit the vehicle?
Yes, I was saying, "Please stop, resisting."
Could you tell us the type of voice you were using when you were saying "please stop"?
Loud, commanding voice to announce my presence and to stop.
Officer Borges, if you could, maybe lean back from the microphone before you do this, but could you demonstrate?
Yes. Please stop.
Thank you. Did you give the defendant a chance to comply?
Yes.
About how long?
A few seconds.
And how many times did you say "please stop"?
I don't know the exact number, but we're trained to just continuously say that until we get compliance.
What did the defendant do after you said "please stop"?
As I was saying "police stop," I noticed that he was trying to go further into the brush area, which is immediately off the road is the forest.
Right. And after you see the defendant going towards the forest, what do you do?
That's when, at that time, I'm still on the passenger side trying to wrap around, and I briefly break visual contact. And by the time I come around, that's when I see Officer Nicola close to the suspect.
Okay. When you say you break visual contact, what does that mean?
Just in the actions of me getting out of the van and having to run around I momentarily lost the visual of the suspect.
So like as you were exiting out the passenger side, you couldn't see him?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned Officer Nicola. Was anybody else pursuing the defendant at that time?
Yes, Officer Koki.
Who got to the defendant first?
Officer Nicola.
Did you see Officer Nicola and the defendant's first contact together?
Not the first contact.
Okay. Can you describe what you saw as you came around the vehicle?
As I came around the vehicle, Officer Nicola and the suspect, they were already on the ground, and Officer Nicola was attempting to detain or subdue the suspect.
And what did you observe the defendant doing as Officer Nicola was trying to detain him?
He was on the ground, flailing his arms, kicking his legs, trying to move his body.
Well, was the defendant doing anything with his arms?
Yes, he was.
Hey guys, I just want to say that I heard that a verdict has been reached. And it should be shown. Let me see if I got it still up, so just so everybody know. I guess I will play it in both rooms. Let me see. So it's supposed to be read about 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. So let's see here. 12, wait. 10, 11, 12, 1. Okay, so we got about 30 minutes till it's read, from my understanding. Yes, it looks like we got about 30 minutes till it's read. I will just show it in both rooms, so I guess people don't have to leave. But we'll continue with this trial until the verdict is ready, and then I'll show it in both rooms. And that's for the cop versus cop trial with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Okay, guys. All right.
In addition to flailing it, he was tucking it under his chest area while he was prone on the ground.
Did you have any concerns over seeing the defendant tuck his arms under his chest area?
Yes.
What were you concerned about?
I was concerned that the suspect would be reaching for
I'm
his
gonna play it in
waistband,
this room too.
which is a common area that people hide tools or weapons.
I just figured so they
of
don't
such.
have to move.
Okay, so after you
Maybe
see
I'll
this, can you
just put a
explain the
whole new
steps
thing
that
out
you
of
took?
this in this one.
Yes. So by the time Officer Nicola, Officer Koki were trying to subdue
Well,
the
it's not a
suspect,
new alert.
I went around to kind of his legs.
Maybe I
area,
should
just
do
tried to,
that. Hey,
hold
breeze
his
for the
legs, hold it
wind.
down.
Was that able to
I
work?
think that
Not initially. We're able to keep him on the ground, but we're still trying to restrain him.
Sorry, we
Is
have to
that
rephrase
supposed to
that.
be- I'm
When
not
you
really
grabbed
gonna alert out?
the defendant's legs, were you able to gain control immediately?
No.
Let me see.
What was the defendant doing at that point?
That point, you can still feel his body resisting our movements to get him into a handcuffing position.
Can you explain then, after that point, the steps that you used to help detain the defendant?
So I attempted to grab his arms, but because they were tucked, I wasn't able to grab it. So I delivered a few strikes to his right thigh.
Okay.
Did you refer to those strikes as muscle dysfunctional strikes?
Yes.
Can you explain what those words mean?
Yes. A muscle dysfunctional strike is a strike used on a part of the body, on the muscle, so that it kind of gives the muscle a stun, and you're not able to use it for a few seconds.
That it's a verdict reach.
And where
Okay.
did you deliver those muscle dysfunctional strikes?
To his outer thigh area.
I think that I'm gonna send out a
As you were delivering these
Let me try to
dysfunctional
get
strikes, were you saying anything?
all right.
Please stop.
Were you telling them anything else?
Stop resisting.
Did you tell the defendant what to do with his hands?
Place them behind his back.
So as you're telling the defendant to stop resisting and to place his hands behind his back, did that work?
No.
So after you've now done the muscle dysfunctional strikes, you told the defendant to place his hands behind his back, what was your next step?
The muscle dysfunctional strikes aren't working, so I switched to more of a pain compliance type of strike.
And what's the difference between the muscle dysfunctional strike and the pain compliance strike?
The pain compliance strikes are going to target areas such as your ribs. That is so. When you deliver those strikes, you can feel the person kind of lose the will to fight, is what it's called, and they'll you can feel their level of resistance decreasing.
And where did you deliver the pain compliance strikes in this case?
To his ribs, right side rib cage.
And how many of those strikes did you deliver?
Approximately 2 to 3.
Were those effective?
Yes.
So after those pain compliance strikes were effective, did the defendant continue resisting?
Very slightly, but we were able to get his arms behind his back.
Ultimately, was the defendant apprehended?
Yes.
Who actually conducted the arrest?
The arrest was made by Officer Nicola.
Sir Borges, what were you wearing that day?
I was in plain clothes attire, which is sort of like a tactical long pants, a plain t-shirt, and a badge on a lanyard around my neck.
When you say tactical, is that like military style?
It's plain in color, but it's like a 5'11" type of pants. If you're familiar with that.
Sir Borges, how tall are you?
About 6'3".
And on that date, March 24th, 2025, approximately how much did you weigh?
235 pounds.
And did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Officer Borges. Just a few questions. So you mentioned unmarked vehicle, correct?
Yes.
No sirens, no HPD, silent soccer mom type of van, yes?
Correct.
And also not in your uniform, plain clothes, yes?
Yes.
And as part of that, you were part of the strategic enforcement detail that day, yes?
Yes.
And so the strategic enforcement detail, HPD, you guys don't wear body cams, correct?
Correct.
So you're in an unmarked car, you're in plain clothes, no dash cam, correct?
Correct.
No dash cam, no body cams, and now you come up upon this suspect, yes?
Yes.
And you understood that by this point that in terms of just some of what was in your head and the actions you took, you understood that there was an allegation that about syringes, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, when you're apprehending a suspect, officer safety is one of the very, very important, yes?
Yes.
You don't want to take any chances, correct?
Correct.
So the three of you, and you mentioned did you say at the time you were 6'3"?
Yes.
6'3" tall.
Correct.
And 235 pounds.
Yes.
Officer Nicola told us he's 300 pounds at the time. And I guess we're going to hear from Officer Koki, but he's a good sized guy too, correct?
Yes.
So the three of you get out of the unmarked car in plain clothes, roughly at the same time, and the three of you move towards Gerhard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said when you guys do that, getting out and go towards him, you described him, kind of backing away towards the bush area and described what happened, and you described the sequence of events from there. Following an incident like this, or whenever force is used, you have to fill out a use of force form, correct?
Yes.
And you do so accurately and honestly, yes?
Yes.
And isn't it true, Officer Borges, that in this process of apprehending him, as you described, you did not strike him or punch him in the head or face, correct?
Correct.
Okay. 1 second. All right, that's all the questions I have for you, Officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect? Thank you. Officer Borges. Thank you very much. Thank you. Watch that first step.
Yes, thanks, sir.
So, today's next witness, Ashton Koki.
You do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I guess I see you made it through the traffic.
Yes.
Okay, would you please state your name for us?
Ashton Koki.
And what's your occupation, Mr. Koki?
I'm a police officer with the Honolulu Police Department.
Okay, Officer Koki, how long have you been employed by HPD?
A little over 7 years now.
Were you so employed and on duty on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
Now on that date, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division, Strategic Enforcement Detail.
Is that also known as SED?
Yes, sir.
What does SED do?
SCD is an investigative unit within the Criminal Investigation Division. We investigate criminal cases involving firearms, murders, attempted murders, and whatnot, and also assist with the other details within CIDR, Criminal Investigation Division.
Got it. On around 12:45 p.m. on March 24th, 2025, where were you dispatched to?
To the Palipuka Trail.
And did you actually go up the trail that day?
Yes, I did.
Overall, that whole day, how long did you spend up at the Palipuka Trail area?
Roughly about 5 hours.
What were you doing up there?
We were assisting with canvassing the area for any evidence and also locating the suspect, attempting to locate the suspect at the time.
Were you able to find the suspect during those several hours?
No, not during that time we were searching.
And can you describe the area you canvassed?
Rocky, a lot of trees, dirt. It was on the hillside near the cliff area of the Pali.
Which side was the cliff on, the town side or the windward side?
The cliff was on the windward side, so the hillside would have been on our town side.
And overall, how big was the cliff on the windward side?
It was a big drop.
And the hill or the mountain on the town side, could you describe that for us?
It was very steep, filled with a lot of like grassy brush area, trees.
And all right, were you able to find any evidence as you canvassed the area?
Not myself, no.
Okay, so you yourself didn't find any evidence during those several hours of canvassing?
No.
And you said you stayed there for, I'm sorry, again, about 6 hours?
Roughly 5 to 6 hours.
And what time were you leaving?
I left at around 6 p.m.
Who was with you?
Officer Nicola and Officer Borges.
And where at that point were the three of you guys instructed to go?
We were instructed to go back to the main police station.
The main police station meaning 801 South American Street?
Yes, correct.
And can you describe the vehicle that you three were in?
It was an unmarked city-owned police vehicle, described as a gray Nissan van.
Where were you positioned in the vehicle?
I was in the front passenger seat.
And what road were you taking back down?
Nuuanu Pali Drive.
And as you were driving down Nuuanu Pali Drive, what did you observe?
I saw about 100 yards away a male exit the brush area from the hillside, crossing over Nuuanu Pali Drive, running across towards the Pali Highway.
Can you describe the male you observed?
Caucasian male, white shirt with like a brownish reddish stain, similar to blood, and blue shorts and a black crossbody bag.
How close did you get to that male in your vehicle?
Roughly about 10 feet away.
Based on your visual observations, were you able to ID the male?
Yes.
Who did you identify him as?
Gerhard Konig.
And if you saw that person again, would you be able to recognize them?
Yes.
If that person's in the courtroom today, can you point out that person and let us know an article of clothing that they're wearing?
He's wearing a blue dress shirt. Sitting there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will reflect identification was made.
All right, Officer Koki, once you observe the male and identify him as Gerhard Konig, what actions do you take?
The vehicle came to a stop, so I exited my passenger side, opened the door, stepped out, and I gave a verbal command to the suspect.
What verbal command did you give?
I told him, police, show me your hands and get on the ground.
And what tone of voice did you use?
A commanding voice. I was yelling at him, basically.
Could you maybe lean back from the microphone and then demonstrate for us how you yelled that?
Okay. Police, show me your hands, get on the ground.
And did you give the defendant a chance to comply with that?
Yes.
What did the defendant do after you said, police, show me your hands and get on the ground?
He began to flee townbound into the brush area near Nuuanu Pali Drive.
As the defendant attempted to flee into the brush area, what did you do?
I began chasing on foot as well, and until we were able to catch up with him.
Who else pursued him?
Officer Nicola.
And who got to the defendant first?
Officer Nicola did.
And what happened? And what happened when Officer Nicola got to the defendant, if you saw?
Officer Nicola got a hold of the suspect. They both fell to the ground at that point.
After Officer Nicola and the defendant fell to the ground, did you physically engage as well?
Yes, I did.
Why did you decide to get involved?
As Officer Nicola was on the floor with the suspect, I saw he was struggling a bit, so I intended to help by physically getting involved.
And what kind of force did you use when you got physically involved?
I used a joint lock technique to get a hold of his arm and also hold his legs down.
You said joint lock. Do you also mean wrist lock?
Yep, wrist lock.
Could you explain to us what a wrist lock is?
Basically, gaining control of his hand, putting his wrist in a position where I could still withhold control of him without allowing him to move at that point.
At the point that you were trying to do the wrist lock, and you also mentioned holding the defendant's legs down, Were you in contact with anybody else?
I was trying to get in contact with other officers that were in the area via our police radio.
And ultimately, was the defendant apprehended?
Yes.
Who conducted the arrest?
Officer Nicola.
Officer Koki, how tall are you?
I'm about 6'3",
And as of March 24, 2025, how much did you weigh?
300 pounds.
What were you wearing that day?
I was in plain clothes, non-uniform. So I was wearing a t-shirt, long pants, covered shoes. I also had my firearm with me, extra magazines, handcuffs, and a police radio.
And then, did you have a badge on you that day?
Yes, I did. It was worn around my neck.
And where was the badge actually on your body?
It was in my chest area, openly displayed.
I'm going to go back to something I meant to ask earlier. Officer, did you search the bottom of the cliff on the windward side?
Like over the edge?
Yeah.
I couldn't really see down there.
No problem. Did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Officer Koki. Thanks for being here. Just a few questions. Officer, you indicated you were part of the strategic enforcement detail
Yes,
of
sir.
the Honolulu Police Department on the date of this incident, correct?
Correct.
We also heard from Officer Nicola and Borges, who are also part of the strategic enforcement detail of the Honolulu Police Department, correct?
Correct.
You, at the time, when you were in the strategic enforcement detail, were 6'3", 6'3", 300 pounds, yes?
Yes, sir.
Officer Nicola was part of the strategic enforcement detail, testified today that he was 300 pounds. That's about right. He's 6 foot, 300 pounds, Officer
Sure.
Nicola?
Yeah.
Roughly.
Roughly.
Officer Borges testified today. That's your partners, right? You work with them, right?
Yes, correct.
6'3", 245 pounds, sound about right?
Yes.
Okay, so three of you, 6 foot, 6'3", 6'3", 300 pounds, 245 pounds, 300 pounds, correct?
Yes.
All part of the strategic enforcement division, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to ask if you could stand next to Dr. Konig.
Ready?
Officer, please come stand down here on this flat ground, please. Okay? So have this right here is fine. Good, thanks. Dr. Konig, please stand. Okay? So, okay. You're roughly the same height as Officer Koki?
I'm Koki.
I'm sorry, as
It's okay, it's
Officer Borges?
Yes.
Okay. And 300 pounds, roughly the same weight as Officer Nicola?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. You can have a seat. Thank you. Now, your testimony is that the three of you had some struggles apprehending him, correct?
Yes.
Sir, help me understand this. So you're coming down in the car on Nuuanu Pali Drive, yes?
Yes.
And at some point, the suspect, Dr. Konig, is spotted up ahead, correct?
Correct.
And is he on the right side of you or the left side of you?
He is on the immediate right side when he comes out of the brush.
Okay. And then, as you approach, did he cross the street?
Yes, he did. He crossed prior to us arriving closer to make identification.
Okay. And then he was on the right side of you as you guys approached, correct?
No, he was on our left side.
Okay, I apologize.
No
He came out and he crossed, and he was on the driver's side of you as you guys approached, yes?
Correct.
And Officer Nicola was closest to him, right?
Yes, he was driving.
And from when you guys pulled up to him, you're on a roadway, yes?
Correct.
And he was on the roadway on the left of you, right?
He was just off to the side, right off of the roadway.
Right. And then the roadway ends, and then it's just a 2-lane roadway there,
Yes.
okay? And you guys are in the right lane heading down?
Yes.
Is it a one-way? If that's a one-way street, right?
There was 2 lanes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is it a one-way street or is it a two-way?
So it's a 2-way.
So you guys are in the lane on the right,
Mhm.
going down, right?
Correct.
And he's on the left in the other lane.
He's not in the lane. He's on the side. On the side in the nearest to the brush area.
He's on the grass.
Grass. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay,
grassy
so
area.
where you are is you're in the lane, the right. Well, you're driving down,
Yes.
so you're in the right lane, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then there's a lane the other way, right?
Correct.
And then there's a grassy area,
Correct.
and that's where you say he was when you guys put up to him, right?
Yes.
And then right after that grassy area is the brush, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And your testimony, and from the three of, when the car pulls up to him, right?
Yes.
And Officer Nicola is in the driver's seat, right? And he gets out. And then you got out.
Yes.
Which side did you get out of?
The passenger side on the right.
And you had to come around, right?
Yes. I came around the front side.
And then when Officer Nicola got out, according to you guys, he started to try to flee towards the bushes, right?
Yes.
Can we please pull up? But Officer Nicola, as he's fleeing towards the bushes, when he's on the grass and you guys are getting out of the car, Officer Nicola gets to him before he gets into the bushes, according to you guys, right?
Yes.
And can we please pull up 132, which is already in evidence? Okay. You can look at this, sir. This is Officer Nicola said this is where the incident took place, basically, roughly?
Yeah.
And that's the grassy area on the bushes, right?
Yes.
And that's the grassy area he was in, you just said, as you guys approached, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that he's in that grassy area, you guys are in the lane away, and you guys get out and he starts to flee, and Officer Nicola gets to him before he goes into the bushes?
Yes.
So Officer Nicola gets out, he's on that grass right there, you guys start trying to cross the lane to get to him as he's fleeing, and you get to him before he's in the bushes?
Yes. He didn't make it to the bushes.
But according to you, he was fleeing from the time you guys got out of the car, right?
Yes.
You see that grass area there from where the road ends into the bushes? Maybe what, 2 feet?
I see that.
No further questions. Thank you, officer. Can you redirect?
Mr. Koki, how fast are you?
I would consider myself pretty fast.
Do you play any sports?
I played sports.
What sport?
I played multiple sports, but my main sport was football at the time.
What level of football did you get up to?
Division 1.
Who did you play for?
I played for UNLV.
And what position did you play?
I played defensive line.
How important is D-line, or how important for a D-lineman is to be quick?
Very important.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes.
Yes. So first of all, it wasn't you who got to him first. It was Officer Nicola, right?
Correct.
And he's 300 pounds, right?
Correct.
And no matter how fast you are, if you know from where you are to where I am, do you think I can get to this table before you got to me? Even though you played D1 football, you think I could probably get there before you got to me? Probably, right?
Probably.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
No more questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our afternoon recess. We'll start back up at 2:45. Leave your notebooks on the chair.
All right.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Before we start with your questions, can you pull the microphone close to yourself and then try to speak into the microphone as much as you can?
Yes.
Can you please state your name?
Tracy Spacic,
And what is your occupation?
detective for the Honolulu Police Department.
How long have you been employed by HPD?
Just shy of 21 years.
Were you assigned to be the lead investigator for an attempted murder second case under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
What's the role of a lead investigator in these kind of cases?
For these type of cases, role would be to go to the scene, delegate duties to other personnel, canvass the area, conduct interviews, search for physical evidence.
So when you say delegate, what does that mean?
Big cases like this, there's a lot of people involved, and it would be delegating different duties to different units.
So you don't do everything yourself?
No.
In the course of delegating and overseeing, do you oversee and integrate the work of other agencies that may be helping with the investigation?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation into this case, did you determine what the scene of the incident was?
Yes.
What was that scene?
The scene was on the Palipuka Trail, which is located at 5101 Pali Highway, which is the mouth of the trail is just adjacent to the parking lot of the Pali Lookout.
Over the course of the investigation, was there any physical evidence recovered from the Palipuka hike?
Yes.
What was that?
Evidence recovered on the actual trail was a cardigan sweater, a rock, and some blood.
what appeared to be blood at the time.
Yes, so it appeared to be blood at the time.
Thank you.
Correct.
Did you actually examine the rock in this case?
Yes,
Was the rock smooth or jagged?
it was jagged.
When you examined the rock, where did you retrieve it from?
I retrieved it from HPD's evidence room.
And as a detective, are you allowed to enter the HPD evidence room alone to retrieve evidence?
No,
Who is allowed to enter the HPD evidence room to retrieve evidence?
just the evidence specialists that are assigned there
And the custodians?
and the custodians.
All right. And was this rock listed as in the evidence room as item number 2 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes,
What date and time did you retrieve the rock from the evidence room?
I retrieved the rock from the evidence room on March 27, 2025 at about 14:57 hours.
And what was your purpose in going to retrieve the rock?
My purpose in retrieving the rock was to take photos of it, weigh it, and measure it.
Right. And is that what you did?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 68 through 71 inclusive. Previously shown to defense counsel, but showing one more time. May I approach the witness? Yes. Okay, Detective Spacic, I've just handed you what's been marked States 68 through State 6 through State 71. Could you take a look at those exhibits, and when you're done, look up? You done?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
What are these?
These are photos of the rock.
And who took these photos?
I did.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict the rock as you observed it and were weighing and measuring it on March 27th, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, the state will move State 68 through 71 into evidence.
Okay. No objection. There's a mark for identification as State's Exhibit 68 through 71 receiving evidence.
Okay, we're going to publish them in a row, Detective. So we're going to start putting State 68 on the screen. Okay, and you can see it up there, but you can also follow the exhibit that you have.
Okay. Okay.
What does this photo show, Detective?
Shows a photo of the rock,
And which part of the rock?
the jagged side with blood, well, or what appears to be blood on it.
Okay. And why did you take this photo?
Just to get, I just wanted to take this photo just to, so you can see the side of the rock that possibly had made contact with human skin.
Okay. We're going to now publish State's Exhibit 69. Detective Spacic, what does this photo show?
This photo shows, it depicts a close-up of the rock with strands of possible human hair stuck to it or attached to it.
Okay. We're going to publish now State's Exhibit 70. Okay, we've got State's Exhibit 70 on the screen, Detective. What does this exhibit show?
This exhibit depicts the rock and one of the measurements that was taken with a ruler.
Okay. And our last photo for now, publishing State's Exhibit 71. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the rock sitting on a scale.
Okay. Now, was this, super technically calibrated scale?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. What was the purpose in taking the photo?
Purpose in taking the photos was just to show the consistency of the surface of the rock, what was on the rock at the time it was recovered, and also to show the dimensions of the rock, the width and the length, and also the weight.
Okay. When we're speaking about weight, we're speaking generally, right?
Generally, yes.
So the general weight of the rock. Okay. And what was the general weight of the rock?
The general weight of the rock was a little over a pound, maybe like a pound, 1.2 pounds.
I'm going to zoom in on the screen on the scale right there. Does that say, and you can look at the screen here, Detective, say 1 pound, 2 ounces?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down. Okay. And I'm going to actually walk up and retrieve those exhibits from you now, Detective. Okay, so after you took these photos of the rock on March 27th, 2025, what did you do with it?
After taking photos, I put it back in the bag it was recovered in and resealed it and submitted it back into evidence.
Okay. To this same evidence custodian or different?
Same evidence custodian.
And during the time that you took the rock from the evidence custodian to the time that you gave the rock back to the same evidence custodian. Was that rock in your full custody and control?
Yes.
Did anybody else touch the rock at all during that time?
No.
And during that time, did you tamper with, alter, substitute anything on the rock?
No.
Were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And how did you package the rock before you gave it back to the evidence specialist?
I placed it back into the bag that it came in and I resealed it.
With new evidence tape?
Yes.
In this case, in addition to the evidence that you talked over that was recovered so far, did you recover any evidence yourself?
Yes.
What did you recover?
I recovered a black Patagonia backpack, or like a side bag type of, like a sling bag type of bag.
Got it. And can you describe for us the circumstances of how you recovered that?
Yes. After the suspect was arrested at the scene, or just a little bit lower than the scene, I recovered the backpack or that bag from Officer Chun and Nicola.
After you recovered that bag from Officer Nicola, what did you do with it?
When he handed it to me, it was already in a brown bag. I recovered the bag and took it back to when I went back to the station, I sealed up the bag, labeled it, and secured it in my drawer, my office drawer, that can be locked with a key.
Got it. All right, Detective Spacic, I'm going to now approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72, showing to defense counsel. And Coach Honor.
Yes.
Okay, Detective, I've just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72. Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the bag that I sealed and labeled.
Is it a photograph of that bag?
Yes.
Okay, and where's the bag in the photograph?
It's in the drawer that I secured and locked it in.
And does this photograph fairly accurately depict the bag after you put it in that drawer at your desk?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves Exhibit 72, State 72 into evidence.
Mr. Otake,
No objection.
what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 72 is received into evidence?
Okay, and Detective, I'm going to put it up on the screen next to you and ask a couple questions. Okay, when you say you sealed the bag, where did you seal the bag?
I sealed it at the police station at the 801 South Beretania Street.
Okay. I think that might have been a bad question. Where on the bag did you seal it?
The bag was placed in a brown paper bag. The top of the bag was sealed with red evidence tape.
Got it. Okay, and looking at the photo right there, is the evidence tape we see at the top of the bag, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for the confusing question. Is your desk at the HPD station in a place that's open to the public?
No.
How is the HPD building secured?
The HPD police station in Honolulu is secured with numerous electronic doors that have to be accessed with a key access card.
Do members of the public have those kind of key access cards?
No.
And from the time did you say you locked this drawer as well?
Yes.
From the time you locked the bag in that drawer to the time that you eventually retrieved it from that drawer, when you retrieved it, was the seal still intact?
Yes.
During your investigation in the case, did you end up executing a search warrant on the black bag contained in the photo we see now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach now with State Exhibits 73 through 86. Show them to defense counsel. Oh, previously shown to defense counsel. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to retrieve 72. Thank you. Okay, Detective Spacic, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 73 through 86. Could you take a minute and flip through and make sure you see every exhibit? Okay, Detective Spacic. After reviewing all the exhibits, do you recognize what they are?
Yes.
What are these exhibits?
These exhibits are pictures of the items that were recovered from within the Patagonia bag upon the execution of the search warrant.
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the bag, its contents, during your execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves exhibits 73 through 86 into evidence.
No objection.
And what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 73 through 86 inclusive are received into evidence?
Okay, Detective Spacic, we're going to go through each photo one by one. I'm just going to ask you, what is the photo showing, okay?
Okay.
Publishing now, State's Exhibit 73. What does that photo show us?
Photo showing the backside of the bag, where if you were wearing it, that part would be touching your body. There's a big red stain that appears to be possibly blood, but we don't know that.
Okay. And publishing now, State's Exhibit 74.
This photo depicts the bag if you were wearing it, and that's the part you'd actually see that's on the outside. Again, red stains all over it, depicting possible biohazard blood, possibly.
Okay. State's Exhibit 75.
This picture depicts the bag laying on a desk with like a side view profile. Again, you can see red stains all over it.
States, and I'm gonna pause right here. Actually, I'm gonna keep moving, sorry. State's Exhibit 76.
This picture depicts, this is the middle side pocket.
Is this the middle side pocket or the strap pocket, detective?
Objection, beating.
This is a strap pocket.
Okay. No problem. Did you find anything in there?
Yeah, no, nothing was in there. Sorry.
Publishing now, State's Exhibit 77.
This is the middle side pocket.
Okay. And what can you see inside that middle side pocket?
A black eyeglasses case.
Okay. And now we're going to go to State's Exhibit 78. What does this photo show?
It shows the black eyeglasses case with its contents.
Okay. Same one from the middle pocket you were just talking about?
Yes, the side middle pocket.
Thank you. All right, publishing now, State's Exhibit 79. What does this exhibit show?
This shows an orange whistle with the lanyard along with the sunglasses case.
Okay. Which pocket did the orange whistle with the lanyard come from?
Came from the middle side pocket.
Same pocket or different pocket as the sunglasses case?
The same pocket.
Publishing now, State's Exhibit 80. What does this photo show?
And this photo depicts two sunglasses and lactase tablets in packets that came out of the sunglasses case.
Okay. Next photo, State's Exhibit 81. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 81, Detective?
This photo depicts a large side pocket with contents in it.
In terms of size of the pockets in the bag, could you rank the ones we've done so far?
Yeah, so the first one was the strap pocket. The second one was the middle side pocket. And this one that we're currently looking at is the large side pocket.
And all right, do you later photograph the contents?
Sorry.
Did you later photograph the contents of this pocket?
Yes.
I'm going to publish now State's Exhibit 82. What does this photograph show?
So this photograph depicts the contents that came out of the middle side pocket, or the large side pocket, excuse me.
Okay. Were there any other contents of the large side pocket other than these?
No, just that.
Publishing State's Exhibit 83. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts an Apple iPhone.
Okay. And from the same pocket we've just been seeing?
Yes.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 84. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the same Apple iPhone with the side of it with a little bit red stain on it, possibly from the same stain that was all over the bag, along with the empty SIM card slot.
Okay. Could you use the pointer that's right next to you on the witness stand to direct everybody's attention to the SIM card slot you were just mentioning? Okay. So that's in the direct center of the photo?
Correct.
I'm going to zoom in on that section. Okay. And now that we've seen the SIM card slot, is this a zoomed in photo?
Yes.
Detective Spacic, we're now publishing State's Exhibit 85. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the actual SIM card, a loose SIM card, and a SIM card holder.
When you open this Patagonia backpack, where were the SIM card and the SIM card holder?
They were just in the bag, in the actual pouch, the large side pocket, just loose, just lying there.
Was there any SIM card or SIM card holder installed into the phone?
No,
Do you recall if the phone was on or off?
it was off.
All right, publishing now State's Exhibit 86. Detective Spacic, what does this exhibit show us?
This picture depicts the cash that was found in there, along with various credit cards and Hawaii driver's license. This was all actually clipped to money clip, this carbon fiber money clip.
Could you use that pointer and point to us where the money clip that this all came in
Yes.
is?
All of these items were all bunched up and clipped into this money clip right here.
Okay, and you're directing your pointer to the left side of the screen.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down. And I'm going to retrieve that stack of exhibits from you now, Detective. Detective Spacic, did you recover any syringe from that black Patagonia backpack?
No.
Other than the items that we've seen in these photos, was there anything else in that black Patagonia backpack?
No.
Detective Spacic, with regards to the iPhone and the SIM card that you found in the backpack, did you take any other action regarding these items during your investigation?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do about the SIM card and the iPhone?
I prepared a search warrant.
Are you a techie kind of guy, Detective?
No, I'm not.
So who ended up executing that search warrant on the phone and the SIM card?
That search warrant was executed by Detective Thomas E. Numa, who is from Cybercrimes.
During the course of your investigation, did you execute a search warrant on a different bag?
Yes.
Which bag was that?
This other bag was a black Nike fanny bag.
And how did the Honolulu Police Department end up coming into possession of that black Nike fanny bag?
We were notified that Gerhard Konig discovered the bag at her residence in Maui, and she, after discovering after she discovered what was in it or whatever, she ended up notifying Maui Police Department, who then recovered it as evidence, and that's how it ended up getting shipped to us.
Okay. Did HPD give the Maui Police any directions?
Yes.
Okay, what did you direct the Maui Police to do?
If they could, if their evidence custodians or specialists could box it up and ship it to us.
And did you actually inspect the shipment that was gotten back?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to publish now what's already in evidence. State's Exhibit 87. Detective Spacic, I'm so sorry. It's now on the screen. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
That is the box that the stuff was shipped over from the Maui PD.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Detective, I'm going to actually approach and hand you hard copies of the exhibits as well, so you can look through them along with us on the screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Detective Spacic, what are those blue things on the box?
That's evidence tape.
When you received the box, was any of the evidence tape broken?
No, it wasn't.
All right, so now publish State's Exhibit 88. What does this exhibit show?
This photo depicts the actual Nike bag itself.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 89. What does this photo depict?
This depicts a close-up of the Nike bag's the most outside pocket with stuff in it.
Okay. The contents of the pocket.
The contents of the pocket.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 90. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the stuff that came, the contents that came out of that most outside pocket.
We're going to move on, Detective, to State's Exhibit 91. What does this exhibit show?
It shows a packaged medical type. I don't know if it's a needle or some kind of something, but it's some kind of medical, like for medical use.
And before we go further into anything medical, are you a doctor?
No, I'm not.
Do you know the technical terms for medical things?
No.
Okay. I'll just ask you to do your best, Detective, okay?
Okay.
All right. Publishing now State's Exhibit 92. What is this?
This is the front side of the item that was from the previous photo. And it's just the packaging and the label of what it is.
Okay. All right, I'm going to publish now State's Exhibit 93. Detective Spacic, what does State's Exhibit 93 show?
This one depicts in the big pocket, just a bunch of bags and a bunch of medical supplies.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 94. What does this exhibit show?
This shows all the contents that was in that pocket of the bag.
And although you may not be an expert, do you recognize any of the medical supplies?
Yes, it looks like a stethoscope, syringes, a bunch of maybe medicine vials. Looks like IV IV bags safety glasses.
Publishing States Exhibit 95. What does this exhibit show?
This shows vials of medication, and I don't even know what that is in the red, the top right.
Top right. You don't recognize what that is?
No.
Okay. We'll publish now States Exhibit 96. Do you know what these are, Detective Spacic?
No, I don't.
Okay. We'll move on. Publishing now States Exhibit 97. Do you recognize what this is, Detective Spacic?
Yes, it's like a syringe of, and there's a liquid in it, but I don't know what that is.
Publishing now States Exhibit 98. Could you tell us what this exhibit shows?
Yeah, Exhibit 98 it depicts like a Ziploc type bag with like 3 syringes and 2 medicine vials in it.
Publishing now States Exhibit 99. What does this photo show?
99 shows, also shows like a Ziploc bag with different type of syringes and 2 medicine vials.
Publishing States Exhibit 100. What does it show?
It also shows another like Ziploc with looks like big syringes, maybe some small ones, and a medicine vial.
States Exhibit 101. What does this exhibit show?
This one depicts a Ziploc bag with a bunch of unopened syringes in packages.
All right, publishing States Exhibit, we're almost at Detective. States Exhibit 102. What does this photo show?
This photo shows the very back pocket. Like if you was wearing the bag closest to your body, that's the contents of that back pocket.
And publishing States Exhibit 103.
And this photo depicts looks like a charging cord, the lactase tablet packets. I don't know if that's a mask. Looks like some iron metallic hooks for you to hang IVs. I'm not sure. And his work ID maybe.
I'm sorry, what exhibit number was that?
Exhibit 103.
And then the green, I'm not sure if that's needles or I'm not sure.
Okay. Got it. All right, I'm going to take the exhibit down. Okay. In addition to this black Nike fanny bag that was shipped from Maui, was anything else shipped over?
Yes, in the box along with the bag was a laptop computer.
And what actions did you take with regards to the laptop computer?
I prepared another search warrant.
Did you execute the search warrant on that laptop yourself?
No.
Okay. Do you know who did?
Detective Thomas E. Numa from Cybercrimes.
All right, I'm going to collect those exhibits I just handed you, Detective. Okay, Detective Spacic, did you respond to the Poly Lookout on March 24, 2025?
Yes,
How many different HPD divisions responded?
at least 13.
I'm going to say, okay. Any other government agencies?
Yes. We had the LNR out there also.
Did HFD also respond?
HFD also, yes.
Did you direct officers to search for any evidence at the scene?
Yes.
What did you direct them to search for?
I directed them, all the units involved to, of course, we were searching for the suspect, but at the same time, we're looking for any type of evidence that may have been connected to the incident, syringes, vials.
Did you, as a result of all that search up at the Poly, were any syringes recovered?
No,
Were any vials recovered?
no,
Was a phone belonging to Ariel Konig ever recovered?
no,
Was a purse belonging to Ariel Konig ever recovered?
no,
When defendant was arrested, were any syringes found on his person?
no.
Did you order the officers to search the bottom of the cliff or the bottom of the Poly on the windward side?
Yes, but we were unable to do so because just the area where it's situated, in order for anybody to go down there, they either have to rappel, which was way too high, or just be inserted by helicopter or hike in. But if we was to hike in, it would probably take several hours to even get in there. You'd have to cut a path. It would have been hard.
Is there any trails that you're aware of that go to the bottom of that cliff?
No.
Okay, detective. You've talked about 4 search warrants so far in this case. Did you prepare any other search warrants?
Yes.
And what was that for?
For buccal swab to recover from the suspect.
And did you execute that search warrant yourself?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes. Was Mohammed Salamie.
Right, detective. Aside from what you testified about from the Maui police, did everything else you testified about occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination. Good afternoon, Detective Spacic. Just a few questions. So were you the lead detective on the case?
Yes.
So part of your job was to kind of decide who to interview, and as part of it is you decide which witnesses we should follow up with an interview, correct?
Yes.
And then that way you establish contact with them. You have their contact information. If you need to subpoena them to come or testify, then at least you're in touch with them too, right?
Yes.
Did you interview a man in this case by the name of Jeff Miller?
Yes.
And you interviewed him, you had his cell phone, his address,
Yes.
and you talked to him, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about collecting evidence and documenting it. Did you go hike up the trail that day?
No.
Okay. But you sent evidence specialists to go up there and take some photos of the rock, right?
Yes.
And she took photos of the rock, right?
Yes.
Were you aware as the lead detective that another officer had moved the rock around before she photographed it?
I was aware that it wasn't in the place that it should have been when she photoed it. What?
You were aware that it was not in the place that it should have been when she photographed it, right?
Well, I was aware that where she photoed it, it wasn't where supposedly it originally was.
Okay. Did you document that in your report in any way, sir?
No.
I want to just ask you briefly about this bag, the one from Maui, and then we'll be done, sir. First of all, just to be clear, Mr. Dirks, could we please pull up Exhibit 93? Sir, you can see this on the screen here.
Yes.
So just to be clear, just to be crystal clear, this bag was recovered on Maui, not on Oahu, correct?
Correct.
And then on Maui, it was recovered to your knowledge because when Ms. Konig says she discovered it, she actually contacted her attorney who then talked to the Maui police, correct?
Correct.
And then the way it got to Oahu and its contents got to Oahu is then the MPD, Maui police, sealed it up and mailed it to you at your request, yes?
Correct.
You were aware, in your investigation, you learned that Gerhard Konig was a medical doctor and anesthesiologist, yes?
Yes.
And if we could please go, Mr. Dirks, to number 94. Okay, and you know, I know you're not a medical doctor, and neither am I, but certain things that were in the bag of this anesthesiologist was a stethoscope, yes?
Yes.
And some glasses, IV bags, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard, as you know, you're being a detective, well, or just generally, oftentimes doctors are on call. You heard about that? Doctors are on call, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so he has these medical supplies in this bag, and it gets sent over to you, yes?
Yes.
Now, could we go to 103, please, Mr. Dirks? Okay. And here, and this was in the bag as well, right?
Correct.
And in the bag, there was his workplace identification badge with all this stuff, right?
Yes.
And I would imagine, as a detective, one of the things you deducted is that this was likely a work bag for him as an anesthesiologist, yes?
Yes.
We can take that down. Now, sir, after the discovery of this bag and its contents, you understood or learned that Gerhard worked at Maui Memorial Hospital for a group called TMG or something like that, yes?
Yes.
And who is, well, let me ask it to you this way. Dean Terakawa who is Dean Terakawa in relation to this case?
Well, he's a detective who also assisted with the case.
Okay, so you were the lead detective, yes? But Detective Terakawa was I guess a partner detective kind of helping you with the case.
Just
yes?
assisting us.
Assisting, yes?
Yes.
And so there'd be things you if you were busy or had other things, you would tell Detective Terakawa, hey, go follow up with this, and he would do it, yes?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and then you would review as the lead detective his work and and his reports, yes?
Yes.
And one of the things that you, or I guess, well, either instructed Detective Terracar to do, or he, did as part of it, is after this work bag with the ID was found, you asked him to contact someone from Maui Memorial Medical Center, yes?
Yes.
And that person's name was Amber Bartle, correct?
Yes.
And Amber Bartle was the executive director of compliance for the hospital, right?
Correct.
She's the person that deals with compliance with, everything, you guys wanted to talk to her about the appropriateness of him having these, vials and things like that at his house, correct?
Yes.
And you interviewed her, right?
I didn't.
I'm
interview her.
sorry. And Detective Terracar interviewed her about it, right?
Yes.
And you guys have her contact information and you've been in touch with her. She's cooperative when you guys talk to her, yes?
Yes.
One second, Detective. That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Amy, no, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we made good time today. I'm going to release you for the day. These are notebooks on your chair. No trial tomorrow. For sure, it's a big holiday. I will ask you to come back on Friday. So we'll continue on Friday, 9:30. Come up to the fourth floor. Between now and when you come back, don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. See the cameras. Don't watch any media. There's reporting on it. Turn off the TV or walk out of the room if it starts to come onto the TV. I hope all of you have a safe drive home. I hope you enjoy and actually get some time off tomorrow. We'll see you all on Friday night. All right.
Did disclose to the court and argued, so the court should be aware that Ms. Bartow did provide a statement about Maui Medical's or their requirements for how anesthesiologists will get those syringes and vials for each case. And what Ms. Bartow told the police was not, it's okay for Dr. Konig to have those things. What she said is that each anesthesiologist will remove those items from what's called the Pyxis cart on a case-by-case basis. Now, the court excluded the state from getting into that, and I understand the court's reasoning.
It was a prior bad act, right? Or could be conceived as a prior bad act.
Yes. But now, with the examination and the way the questions came out, it was heavily implied to the jury that Ms. Bartow is cooperative and would somehow testify that the defendant had absolute permission from Maui Memorial Medical to have those items. So I am asking the court to revisit that issue.
If I may, what was turned over in discovery is this, and I'll read it to you. Dear Detective Terracar, I'm following up regarding an organizational review you had requested regarding our facilities policies. There are barcodes on all medication that are still in their commercial vials. We have 2 policies that govern how drugs are stored and accessed. Automated dispensing cabinet and controlled substances. There is not a specific policy for anesthesiologists. Within the policies address authorized access, distribution and handling, and the audit reconciliation. Since anesthesiologists are normally accessing the anesthesia Pyxis cart, during a procedure, they log into the Pyxis using their bio ID and it unlocks. They input what they're taking out of the Pyxis, document Pyxis transaction, and document in the electronic health record what they're administering to the patient. All of the meds on the list provided are non-controlled, and then it lists the meds. Please let me know if you also receive feedback on if the prosecutor, wants to do a search warrant for the locker in the facility. If you have clarifications, let me know. That's what we were provided, that there's no policy and that there was no policy violation, at least that she indicated. So simply asking him, he brought up what the detective did as part of this investigation. So I'm just following up on who else he interviewed, such as Jeff Miller and Amber Bartow. So,
And he could have objected if he thought it was a problem, and he didn't. So that's all I asked is if he interviewed her, she was the compliance person, if he interviewed her. That doesn't now open the door to prior bad acts or anything like that.
Anything else you want to add, Mr. Konig?
I think the word using the phrase opening the door is not correct. Opening the door is involved with, the entrance of evidence that's inadmissible. And I'm not saying that what Mr. Otake was asking is, I'm not arguing that what he was saying was inadmissible. What I'm saying is it does make relevant, and it's essentially using the motions of limited ruling of this court as a sword rather than a shield. So that's the issue that's here.
No, I understand the argument, because the impression is left that Ms. Bartel believed that this was complying with hospital policy.
I never asked that.
I understand. But at this point in time, the court's not going to take any further action. If there is other evidence that makes possession of the vials or medication and compliance with hospital policy relevant, then we can revisit the issue at that point in time.
I'm happy to revisit in the future if that happens. I'll also probably raise before closing an argument.
I'm sorry?
I'll also probably raise before closing whether this is something that should be argued at this point as well.
Say that again, Mr. Martin.
I'll raise before closing whether there should be limitations on the type of argument with regards to what, that type of evidence.
I understand, yes. Okay. Anything else you want to take up on record?
Nothing else.
How about you, Mr. Otake?
On record before Friday. Well, yes, actually, and I was gonna do it Friday, but it might be worth doing now.
Sure.
As the court is well aware, one of the main discovery rules is that we need to be provided with any statements of the defendant. We need to be provided with that prior to trial. I believe that Emil Konig will be testifying potentially on Friday. We have been provided with one recorded, we've been provided one recorded statement of an interview that was done by a Maui officer or detective of Emil Konig, in which he says certain things about what his father said to him, statements of the defendant. There were subsequent investigator report forms that were, given to us later, but that dealt with other issues like, bank accounts and things like that. It is extremely important that Emil Konig not be allowed to say anything else about what Dr. Konig, his dad, the defendant, said to him, because that's a statement by the defendant. So I just point that out, and I think if there's other things that he has said to the prosecutors that they plan to get into that hasn't been turned over to us, that's a problem. And if to assist the court with that, I don't know if the court wants his recorded statement or not. I think he should be informed that that's what he needs to limit it to, and he should have an opportunity to read it. Because if there's other statements he's going to say that was said to him, they have not been turned over to us. So that would be a big discovery violation and a big problem. And so I raise that now. So hopefully the state can advise him of that he can't go beyond the statements that have been provided in his recorded statement.
Mr. Garner, anything else you want to add?
Yes, Emil did provide a recorded statement to the United Police. He also told several other people what he heard the defendant say that day. And Emil's characterizations of that conversation regarding that have been turned over to the defense. So the other places those are from is Peter Mast, Judith Mast, and Jessica Patella-Ray. So Emil's statements about what the defendant told him come from those four sources. So the state also may ask, Emil was also asked, if the defendant, or did he tell you anything else? And Emil said no. So it is also fair game in this case fine to ask. You weren't told this, you weren't told that. But that's the universe that we're working in, is primarily Emil's statements. And then there's some additional details provided in the other 3 statements as well.
So if I can clarify this, and this is where I have some concerns. So there was a recorded statement that he gave to the Maui detective in which he said Gerhard said certain things to him. And that's what was turned over as far as his statements about what the defendant said. Okay. Subsequently, or as they interviewed Ms. Konig's parents, Judy and Peter Mass. In those interviews, they double hearsay say, oh, Emil told us this. Emil told us that his dad said this. But that wasn't Emil saying that his dad said this. Those are other people saying double hearsay what Emil's said his dad said. So that's different. That's not him saying it. So he should be limited to what the statements he gave to the detective that was turned over to us about what his father said. That's what the scope is as far as what he's told the detectives his father said. That's what was turned over to us. There was nothing else from him. Double hearsay from others saying, this and that is different, and that wasn't turned over to us. If the prosecutors have talked to him about
I understand that this case has generated a lot of passion and emotion. But you must remember that this is a courtroom and not a sports arena. When I announce my verdict, you must not act out emotionally or visibly or audibly react. So you should leave the courtroom if you believe that you will be unable to maintain your composure. I'd like to start with a few introductory words. Let me say this, this is not in my script. This has been one of the more exhausting, hardest things I've had to do as a judge, as an attorney. And so, as the lawyers know, unlike when a judge presides over a jury-waived trial in a civil case, there is no requirement that a judge explain their reasons for reaching a verdict after a criminal bench trial. I do so in this case because I think that Ms. Fitzsimmons, Officer Newman, and all the people involved in the tragic events of June 30, 2025 deserve an explanation. Next, I'd like to take the opportunity to publicly thank and commend the attorneys in this case. They all did an exceptional job presenting the evidence and conducting themselves in an extremely professional and civil manner. And they did so under the public spotlight in an emotionally charged case. I commend you. To the extent that any of the prosecutors and attorneys may be vilified or subjected to public scorn for simply doing their jobs, in this case, I say that any such scorn is unfair, unwarranted, and simply wrong. These prosecutors and attorneys fought hard, but performed their solemn jobs fairly with the utmost civility, and professionalism. They serve as a shining example of our adversarial system in operation. Now, I'd like to publicly acknowledge the crucial and often thankless role that police officers perform, a role that Ms. Fitzsimmons herself, like Officer Noonan, willingly and selflessly performed for the citizens of North Andover. For this, you should be thanked, not disparaged. For those that think that serving as a police officer is easy, or that officers don't care or take pride in their work, I say with more than 3 decades of experience in the criminal justice system that you are naive, misinformed, and sadly mistaken. The work of police officers is especially fraught with peril today because of our exceedingly cynical, polarized atmosphere where our citizenry often believes that there is a conspiracy under or around every corner. I saw no evidence of a conspiracy in this case. What I saw was dedicated public servants like Officer Noonan and his fellow officers doing the best they could under tragic, rapidly evolving promotional circumstances. What I also saw was a young woman, Ms. Fitzsimmons, who was also a dedicated public servant, react to sudden, confusing, and heartbreaking news. Now let me turn to the evidence and the law. Our system of justice requires me to decide this case solely on the law and the evidence. So the only things I have considered in reaching my verdict are the 98 exhibits submitted during the trial and the testimony of the 11 witnesses that testified here in open court. While it may be cold and uncaring, our system of justice demands that emotion, sympathy, and concern for the consequences of my decision play no role in my decision. As for the law, in order to prove Ms. Fitzsimmons guilty of the crime of assault by means of a dangerous weapon, the Commonwealth must prove the following 3 things. We lawyers call these things elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Ms. Simmons committed an assault on Officer Noonan. Second, that Ms. Simmons intended to commit the assault. And third, that the assault was committed by means of a dangerous weapon. The sole issue before me is whether the Commonwealth proved each of these 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And more specifically, under the circumstances of this case, the narrow issue before me is whether the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Fitzsimmons pointed a firearm at Officer Noonan for any perceptible amount of time. What is not before me are the legality of the issuance of the restraining order to Mr. Alain, the reasonableness of the procedure used by the police to serve the restraining order, the legality of Officer Noonan's use of force, and issues regarding the custody of Katie. It is not my place to decide these issues or even mention my thoughts on them. I am thankful for this because my role has been hard enough. What has made my job especially difficult in this case is that by and large, I found the testimony of Officer Noonan and Ms. Fitzsimmons to be credible on the material and relevant points. In my experience, this is unusual and somewhat perplexing. On the one hand, Ms. Fitzsimmons credibly testified that she never pointed a firearm at Officer Noonan. On the other hand, Officer Noonan testified that not only did Ms. Fitzsimmons point a gun at him, that she also pulled the trigger. Both agree that it happened in seconds near a narrow doorway, and the crime scene photos showed that the door frame was made narrower by a clothes rack containing police uniforms that was to Officer Noonan's left. The door frame was also made, the door frame was made still narrower when Officer Noonan used it to take cover when he drew his firearm. During the closing argument, the Commonwealth argued that it is scientifically and physically impossible for Ms. Fitzsimmons' story to be true because there was a bullet in the chamber, and she said that Officer Noonan shot her without her ever wrapping the slide after pulling the trigger. I disagree that the evidence reflected that the only way to chamber a round would have been to pull the slide under those circumstances. However, even if I assume that Ms. Fitzsimmons lied about not wrapping the slot, it does not detract from the adamancy and credibility of her testimony that she never pointed the gun at Officer Newman, about which he was equally as adamant that she did. Perhaps the Commonwealth could have easily met its burden if the officers had been wearing body cameras. But under these circumstances, I am left with a reasonable doubt, and I am duty bound to find that the Commonwealth has not met its burden to prove that Ms. Fitzsimmons committed an assault by means of a dangerous weapon on Officer Newman, and my verdict is, and it must be, not guilty. With that, I will hand the signed verdict slip. I will hand the signed verdict slip to Mr. Wayne and ask that he advise Ms. Fitzsimmons of her statutory rights.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you please stand? On docket 2025, 77 CR 311, count 001. The court having returned a verdict of not guilty, the court orders it to be discharged of this indictment, and this indictment only, and go thereof without delay. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, as required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges for which you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation and by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want those records sealed. To request that those records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form posted on the trial court's webpage on mass.gov, or a copy of which I will hand to your counsel. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. You understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Court is in recess. Good, all right.
Please exit quietly, and thank you once again. Thank you. Oh, there are other sessions still going. Please be quiet on your way out. Folks, if you don't mind, just talk about the back of you. Also get out. Tight space here. Folks, make your way out as you walk over. Say that again, Jay. Code 1 is also still. Everybody should be tripling out. Some of you guys want to start going down so that we can get people moving. Folks, I don't mean to put speed to what you guys going on here, but we have other places we need to be as officers. So, please. You guys are more than welcome to use that room. You guys can use it in there. And debrief. You have an opportunity to be up. We'll have at least an officer here. So you can take it.
We're just gonna go back to that conference room. The same one. Yeah. That's not on, right?
Amen. Thanks for that.
See you later.
Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Let the work begin. Let the work begin. Hey, buddy, so DJ7, the Lawrence case is over. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, we have a verdict. I will replay it, but it's so funny because I can't even tell when the hell the judge said the verdict because he was saying so much mumble jumble before the end. I just heard that, they didn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what I do know, and that she was not guilty. So, hey, Stacy. Yeah, so there we go. She has been found now guilty. I want them to show her custody here. Let's keep following her because I really want to know what they should televise, but I guess would it be a child involved? They're not going to, televise those. But was the verdict shocking to anybody? Just curious on anybody's end. Is the verdict kind of shocking to you based off of what we know or what we think we know? I think that if I don't know. I guess in some ways when I look at and I don't know how it goes in their directly with their laws or anything. Because she was an officer. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people saying that because she was a police officer that she would get off that she would get off on it. Yeah, I am seeing that. The poll was split. I can believe it. I think because a lot of people, because I think that what he reasonably thought was, fear could have been reasonably his fear, right? But then in the same token, it's kind of a word versus word when you think about it all. And so I guess there's no way to prove that. I mean, honestly. Oh no, our poll not guilty was 64%, guilty was 36%. So we know a lot of not guilty really won. You say you was really 50-50. You ain't know what they were gonna do. Yeah, I mean, yes, I think that's the reason why I came back like that. And I mean, I'm okay with it either way because I didn't want her to go to jail. Like, I think she has suffered enough with getting shot and surviving like that. I don't know how long she was in the hospital, what that did to her, but shit, she got trauma on top of trauma now, as far as I'm concerned. Nope, she's not going to be charged with anything. Nope. I think that's the end of the case. There's nothing to do. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the one good thing about everything is that, you know, I guess regardless of what I wanted it to be, I did not want her to be I didn't want her to go to jail because I think that she had did enough. I think she got enough trauma going on and she lucky to have survived. And I really wonder how he feels. And when I say he feels, Mr. Noonan, I wonder how he feels about the verdict. Like, would he feel like police officers are not protected in moments like that? Because I guess it's the same thing when you looking at when cops actually unalive a person or individual, a civilian, and they go to court. You know, sometimes they have to go to court because they want to know what they reasonably feared. Because we done seen some not guilties with those, right? So I guess it's like the same thing. Yeah, I don't think her dear. I see your thing. I don't think her testimony was really that great. I didn't think she was very, very creditable for some things that she said. I don't know if she lost her job or not. She may be able to get her job back, considering that she's not guilty. Right? She's not a felon or anything like that. So she could get her job back. I guess. I don't know. But I know in the meantime, they trying to make sure the baby daddy don't have no job. Because right now, remember, he was a firefighter that was on leave and he was got caught on camera medicating himself. So I guess if she wants some child support, they better tone that down. Yeah, she definitely not probably going there and working. That's probably out. I mean, who want to go out on the call with Mr. Newman? Like, dude, I wouldn't want to go out on no call with him. Fuck no. Like, fuck no. Absolutely not. Yeah, and I kind of figured before the trial even started, honestly, guys, like I think that he was so lenient on her kind of rebuilding and restarting her life. Because remember, he gave her permission. I kind of figured even if he found her guilty, there was not going to be any jail time. Because remember, he just gave her permission last week to either sign a new lease or buy a house. He gave her permission to do something where she was going to be signing a lease or something for something long term in order to establish so she can get her son back. So that right there kind of told me that she was going to be found not. I mean, why would the judge allow her to do that? Yeah, and I wonder if they're going to put some charges against him for that. Drunkie. That would be interesting because I think Justin does need some charges for that. Yeah, and it seemed like he was doing forgery and all types of stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna see real quick if they doing any press conferences because I don't know, guys. Y'all know I'm not the best person for finding press conferences. So I will tell y'all that. I will be totally honest with y'all. If anybody sees one that they think that we should show, please let me know because I'm not really good with that. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. I don't see it. Huh. Let's see if this channel, they may show something. It's like the local news station. I'll put that on to see if somebody will talk afterwards. I'm assuming maybe her team will talk. Her lawyer looked like he was exhausted. Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
About it since then, and he's told them more than what's in his recorded statement, then they should have informed us of that prior to the trial, which they did not.
Emil has not informed the state of any additional statements beyond what I discussed already. So
And that's what I'm talking about. Anything beyond what he told the detectives. Hold on. Anything beyond what he said to the detective in a detective interview, law enforcement interview, if he subsequently told the prosecutors more than that, they should have disclosed that to us. That, on this date we interviewed him and he said the defendant also said this, this, and this, which apparently has happened and was not disclosed.
we're making a matter of more.
No, we're not.
Emil
This is
didn't go-
critically important.
Okay. The defendant's statements to Emil Konig were disclosed in these 4 different interviews that I've referenced.
Okay.
He has not gone further than what has been disclosed in those statements.
Okay. He gave one recorded statement. And what I'm apparently hearing is there's been subsequent interviews of Emil with the prosecutors where he told them more than what's in his detective interview. And we have not received any subsequent follow-up report from prosecutors, investigators saying during this interview on December 10th, he told us, these other things.
The question is Emil going to testify to anything that has already been, anything beyond what's already been turned over in discovery? That's the real issue.
And I do not believe that.
Anything beyond, but that, okay, so this is where, so the rule requires that any statements of the defendant that they know of, they need to turn over. That's the rule. Okay. They gave us the transcript of his recorded interview with the detective where certain things were said. Okay. That's if he has subsequently said other things to them directly, they should have turned that over to us. Now, double hearsay, Ari's parents saying, oh, he told us that Gerhard said this is double hearsay. It's not directly from him. If they followed up with him on that, and then he told them again on, November 10th, December 10th, in phone calls with the prosecutors, that he said that he said more than what was in the detective interview,
They should have told us that. That should have been produced.
If it's anything new, I agree. And here's the rule.
It's new because if it's directly from him, it's new. It was never directly from him. It was always double hearsay.
This is what the rule requires. Any written or recorded statements and the substance of any oral statements made by the defendant needs to be turned over as part of disclosure by the prosecution. Anything beyond that, the court already ruled, granting defendant's motion in limine, it's paragraph number 9, that actually cites that rule, will prohibit the prosecuting attorney from using during trial any undisclosed statements, written or oral, beyond that of Rule 16b(1)(2), which I just cited. And we're going to follow that, right? So what needs to be turned over is any written or recorded statements of Dr. Konig, as well as the substance of any other oral statements that he might have made. And if it's in the discovery, that's going to be the substance of the oral statements. That's why I asked, is there anything beyond what has already been turned over? And if the answer is no.
The answer is no.
If there is anything else beyond the substance, then that's going to get precluded by the court's motion in limine.
If the court wants to review the transcripts I've been discussing, where it states 172, 174, 176, 178.
Wait, I'm sorry, 172, 174, 176,
178.
There really needs to do that?
No, I'm just pointing them out if we need to reference them later.
Okay.
There were 2 transcripts of Ms. Patellery. I can't remember which one Emil's statement about what the defendant said is in. So, anyway.
Okay. Anything else you were concerned about, Mr. Otake?
Nothing further on that. Emil should be advised that he can't go beyond what's in there.
Do you want Mr. If there's a concern, do you want Mr. Garner to lead? You can think about that.
Well, I just want him to be advised that he can't just blurt out things that he's never told anyone yet about it. Well, I'm not saying I don't want Mr. Garner to lead, but I want Emil to just be advised that the scope of his testimony is limited to now what Mr. Garner has indicated. That's all.
The order has granted defendant's request, prohibiting the state from using any undisclosed statements of the defendant. We're gonna follow that.
No, I understand, and I just want him to know that. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then, counsel, thank you. We'll adjourn for the day. Is there anything else we need to take up off record before I let you go?
I'll just
Off record, that is.
scheduling off record.
Yeah, we can do that up at the bench.
Thanks,
Hey guys, if you coming over here, okay, I'm just making sure the other one is closed down. It's like going on with everything. Yeah, and then I don't want to be talking back to myself. Why is this paused? I paused it so I can get everybody over here. And y'all, you know, when I be talking and I got the two rooms up, Lynn, it makes me sound like I'm up underwater somewhere. So until I can figure out, I got to give me another computer. Till I can give me another computer. I thought I had fixed that problem, but apparently I did not fix it. So there's that thought process in regards to it. But anywho, we are here. I did rewind it a little bit, just so we can kind of like finish up with the detective for you guys that didn't see it, and we'll kind of go from there.
This drawer as well?
Yes.
From the time you locked the bag in that drawer to the time that you eventually retrieved it from that drawer, when you retrieved it, was the steel still intact?
Yes.
Okay. During your investigation in the case, did you end up executing a search warrant on the black bag contained in the photo we see now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach now with State Exhibits 73 through 86. Show them to the defense counsel. Okay, previously shown to defense counsel. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to retrieve 72. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Detective Spacic, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 73 through 86. Could you take a minute and flip through and make sure you see every exhibit? Okay, Detective Spacic. After reviewing all the exhibits, do you recognize what they are?
Yes.
What are these exhibits?
These exhibits are pictures of the items that were recovered from within the Patagonia bag upon the execution of the search warrant.
Okay. Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the bag, its contents, during your execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves exhibits 73 through 86 into evidence.
No objection.
And what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 73 through 86 inclusive are received into evidence?
Okay, Detective Spacic, we're going to go through each photo one by one. I'm just going to ask you, what is the photo showing, okay?
Okay.
Publishing now, State's Exhibit 73. What is that photo showing?
Photo showing the backside of the bag, where if you were wearing it, that part would be touching your body. There's a big red stain that appears to be possibly blood, but we don't know that.
Okay. And publishing now, State's Exhibit 74.
This photo depicts the bag if you were wearing it, and that's the part you'd actually see that's on the outside. Again, red stains all over it, depicting possible biohazard blood, possibly.
Okay. State's Exhibit 75.
This picture depicts the bag laying on a desk with like a side view profile. Again, you can see red stains all over it.
States, and I'm gonna pause right here. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to keep moving. Sorry. State's Exhibit 76.
This picture depicts, this is the middle side pocket.
Is this the middle side pocket or the strap pocket, Detective?
Objection, leading.
This is a strap pocket.
Okay. No problem. Did you find anything in there?
Yeah, no, nothing was in there. Sorry.
Publishing now states exhibit 77.
This is the middle side pocket.
Okay. And what can you see inside that middle side pocket?
A black eyeglasses case.
Okay. And now we're going to go to states exhibit 78. What does this photo show?
It shows the black eyeglasses case with its contents.
Okay. Same one from the middle pocket you were just talking about?
Yes, the middle, the side middle pocket.
Thank you. All right, publishing now states exhibit 79. What does this exhibit show?
This shows an orange whistle with the lanyard along with the sunglasses case.
Okay. Which pocket did the orange whistle with the lanyard come from?
Came from the middle side pocket.
Same pocket or different pocket as the sunglasses case?
The same pocket.
Publishing now states exhibit 80. What does this photo show?
And this photo depicts two sunglasses and lactase tablets in packets that came out of the sunglasses case.
Okay. Next photo, states exhibit 81. What are we looking at in states exhibit 81, detective?
This photo depicts a large side pocket with contents in it.
In terms of size of the pockets in the bag, could you rank the ones we've done so far?
Yeah, so the first one was the strap pocket. The second one was the middle side pocket. And this one that we're currently looking at is the large side pocket.
And all right, do you later photograph the contents?
Sorry.
Did you later photograph the contents of this pocket?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to publish now states exhibit 82. What does this photograph show?
So this photograph depicts the contents that came out of the middle side pocket, or the large side pocket, excuse me.
Okay. Were there any other contents of the large side pocket other than these?
No, just that.
Publishing states exhibit 83. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts an Apple iPhone.
Okay. And from the same pocket we've just been seeing?
Yes.
Publishing now states exhibit 84. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the same Apple iPhone with the side of it with a little bit red stain on it, possibly from the same stain that was all over the bag, along with the empty SIM card slot.
Okay. Could you use the pointer that's right next to you on the witness stand to direct everybody's attention to the SIM card slot you were just mentioning? Okay. So that's in the direct center of the photo?
Correct.
I'm going to zoom in on that section. Okay. And now that we've seen the SIM card slot, is this a zoomed in photo?
Yes.
Detective Spacic, we're now publishing states exhibit 85. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the actual SIM card, a loose SIM card, and a SIM card holder.
When you open this Patagonia backpack, where were the SIM card and the SIM card holder?
They were just in the bag, in the actual pouch, the large side pocket, just loose, just lying there.
Was there any SIM card or SIM card holder installed into the phone?
No.
Do you recall if the phone was on or off?
It was off.
All right, publishing now states exhibit 86. Detective Spacic, what does this exhibit show us?
This picture depicts the cash that was found in there, along with various credit cards and Hawaii driver's license. This was all actually clipped to money clip, this carbon fiber money clip.
Could you use that pointer and point to us where the money clip that this all came in
Yes.
is?
All of these items were all bunched up and clipped into this money clip right here.
Okay, and you're directing your pointer to the left side of the screen.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down. And I'm going to retrieve that stack of exhibits from you now, Detective. Detective Spacic, did you recover any syringe from that black Patagonia backpack?
No.
Other than the items that we've seen in these photos, was there anything else in that black Patagonia backpack?
No.
Detective Spacic, with regards to the iPhone and the SIM card that you found in the backpack, did you take any other action regarding these items during your investigation?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do about the SIM card and the iPhone?
I prepared a search warrant.
Are you a techie kind of guy, Detective?
No, I'm not.
So who ended up executing that search warrant on the phone and the SIM card?
That search warrant was executed by Detective Thomas E. Numa, who is from Cybercrimes.
During the course of your investigation, did you execute a search warrant on a different bag?
Yes.
Which bag was that?
This other bag was a black Nike fanny bag.
And how did the Honolulu Police Department end up coming into possession of that black Nike fanny bag?
We were notified that Gerhard Konig discovered the bag at her residence in Maui, and she, after discovering after she discovered what was in it or whatever, she ended up notifying Maui Police Department, who then recovered it as evidence, and that's how it ended up getting shipped to us.
Okay. Did HPD give the Maui Police any directions?
Yes.
Okay, what did you direct the Maui Police to do?
If they could, if their evidence custodians or specialists could box it up and ship it to us.
And did you actually inspect the shipment that was gotten back?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to publish now what's already in evidence. State's Exhibit 87. Detective Spacic, I'm so sorry. It's now on the screen. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
That is the box that the stuff was shipped over from the Maui PD.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Detective, I'm going to actually approach and hand you hard copies of the exhibits as well, so you can look through them along with us on the screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Detective Spacic, what are those blue things on the box?
That's evidence tape.
When you received the box, was any of the evidence tape broken?
No, it wasn't.
All right, I'll now publish State's Exhibit 88. What does this exhibit show?
This photo depicts the actual Nike bag itself.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 89. What does this photo depict?
This depicts a close-up of the Nike bag's the most outside pocket with stuff in it.
Okay. The contents of the pocket.
The contents of the pocket.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 90. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the contents that came out of that most outside pocket.
We're going to move on, Detective, to State's Exhibit 91. What does this exhibit show?
It shows a packaged medical type. I don't know if it's a needle or some kind of something, but it's some kind of medical, like for medical use.
And before we go further into anything medical, are you a doctor?
No, I'm not.
Do you know the technical terms for medical things?
No.
Okay. I'll just ask you to do your best, Detective, okay?
Okay.
All right. Publishing now State's Exhibit 92. What is this?
This is the front side of the item that was from the previous photo. And it's just the packaging and the label of what it is.
Okay. All right, I'm going to publish now State's Exhibit 93. Detective Spacic, what does State's Exhibit 93 show?
This one depicts in the big pocket, just a bunch bags and a bunch of medical supplies.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 94. What does this exhibit show?
This shows all the contents that was in that pocket of the bag.
And although you may not be an expert, do you recognize any of the medical supplies?
Yes, it looks like a stethoscope, syringes, a bunch of maybe medicine vials. Looks like IV bags, safety glasses.
Publishing State's Exhibit 95. What does this exhibit show?
This shows vials of medication, and I don't even know what that is. In the red, the top right.
On the top right, you don't recognize what that is?
No.
It's okay. We'll publish now State's Exhibit 96. Do you know what these are, Detective Spacic?
No, I don't.
Okay. We'll move on. Publishing now State's Exhibit 97. Do you recognize what this is, Detective Spacic?
Yes, looks like a syringe and there's a liquid in it, but I don't know what that is.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 98. Could you tell us what this exhibit shows?
Yeah, photo 90, exhibit 98, it depicts a Ziploc type bag with like 3 syringes and 2 medicine vials in it.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 99. What does this photo show?
99 also shows a Ziploc bag with different type of syringes and 2 medicine vials.
Publishing State's Exhibit 100. What does this show?
It also shows another Ziploc with looks like big syringes, maybe some small ones, and a medicine vial.
State's Exhibit 101. What does this exhibit show?
This one depicts a Ziploc bag with a bunch of unopened syringes in packages.
All right, and publishing State's Exhibit, we're almost out, Detective. State's Exhibit 102. What does this photo show?
This photo shows the very back pocket. Like if you was wearing the bag closest to your body, that's the contents of that back pocket.
And publishing State's Exhibit 103.
And this photo depicts, looks like a charging cord, the lactase tablet packets. I don't know if that's a mask. Looks like some metallic hooks where you to hang IVs. I'm not sure. And his work ID maybe.
I'm sorry, what exhibit number was that?
Exhibit 103.
And then the green, I'm not sure if that's needles or I'm not sure.
Okay. Got it. All right, I'm going to take the exhibit down. Okay. In addition to this black Nike fanny bag that was shipped from Maui, was anything else shipped over?
Yes, in the box along with the bag was a laptop computer.
And what actions did you take with regards to the laptop computer?
I prepared another search warrant.
Did you execute the search warrant on that laptop yourself?
No.
Do you know who did?
Detective Thomas E. Numa from Cybercrimes.
All right, I'm going to collect those exhibits I just handed you, Detective. Okay, Detective Spacic, did you respond to the Poly Lookout on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
How many different HPD divisions responded?
At least 13.
I'm going to say, okay. Any other government agencies?
Yes. We had the LNR out there also.
Did HFD also respond?
HFD also, yes.
Did you direct officers to search for any evidence at the scene?
Yes.
What did you direct them to search for?
I directed them, all the units involved to, of course, we were searching for the suspect, but at the same time, we're looking for any type of evidence that may have been connected to the incident, syringes, vials.
Did you, as a result of all that search up at the Poly, were any syringes recovered?
No.
Were any vials recovered?
No.
Was a phone belonging to Ariel Konig ever recovered?
No.
Was a purse belonging to Ariel Konig ever recovered?
No.
When defendant was arrested, were any syringes found on his person?
No.
Did you order the officers to search the bottom of the cliff or the bottom of the Poly on the windward side?
Yes. But we were unable to do so because just the area where it's situated, in order for anybody to go down there, they'd either have to rappel, which was it's way too high, or just be inserted by helicopter or hike in. But if we was to hike in, it would probably take several hours to even get in there. You'd have to cut a path. It would have been hard.
Is there any trails that you're aware of that go to the bottom of that cliff?
No.
Okay, Detective, you've talked about 4 search warrants so far in this case. Did you prepare any other search warrants?
Yes.
And what was that for?
For buccal swab to recover from the suspect.
And did you execute that search warrant yourself?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes. Was Mohammed Salamie.
Right, Detective. Aside from what you testified about from the Maui police, did everything else you testified about occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination. Good afternoon, Detective Spacic. Just a few questions. So were you the lead detective on the case?
Yes.
So part of your job was to kind of decide who to interview, and as part of it is you decide which witnesses we should follow up with an interview, correct?
Yes.
And then that way you establish contact with them. You have their contact information. If you need to subpoena them to come or testify, then at least you're in touch with them too, right?
Yes.
Did you interview a man in this case by the name of Jeff Miller?
Yes.
And you interviewed him, you had his cell phone, his address.
Yes.
And you talked to him, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about collecting evidence and documenting it. Did you go hike up the trail that day?
No.
Okay. But you sent evidence specialists to go up there and take some photos of the rock, right?
Yes.
And she took photos of the rock, right?
Yes.
Were you aware as the lead detective that another officer had moved the rock around before she photographed it?
I was aware that it wasn't in the place that it should have been when she photoed it.
You were aware that it was not in the place that it should have been when she photographed it, right?
Well, I was aware that where she photoed it, it wasn't where supposedly it originally was.
Okay. Did you document that in your report in any way, sir?
No.
I want to just ask you briefly about this bag, the one from Maui, and then we'll be done, sir. First of all, just to be clear, Mr. Dirks, could we please pull up Exhibit 93? Sir, you can see this on the screen here.
Yes.
So just to be clear, just to be crystal clear, this bag was recovered on Maui, not on Oahu, correct?
Correct.
And then on Maui, it was recovered to your knowledge because when Ms. Konig says she discovered it, she actually contacted her attorney who then talked to the Maui police, correct?
Correct.
And then the way it got to Oahu and its contents got to Oahu is then the MPD, Maui police, sealed it up and mailed it to you at your request, yes?
Correct.
You were aware in your investigation, you learned that Gerhard Konig was a medical doctor and anesthesiologist, yes?
Yes.
And if we could please go, Mr. Dirks, to number 94. Okay, and you know, I know you're not a medical doctor, and neither am I, but certain things that were in the bag of this anesthesiologist was a stethoscope, yes?
Yes.
And some glasses, IV bags, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard, as you know, you're being a detective, well, or just generally, that oftentimes doctors are on call. You heard about that? Doctors are on call, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so he has these medical supplies in this bag, and it gets sent over to you, yes?
Yes.
Now, could we go to 103, please, Mr. Dirks? Okay. And here, and this was in the bag as well, right?
Correct.
And in the bag, there was his workplace identification badge with all this stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I would imagine, as a detective, one of the things you deducted is that this was likely a work bag for him as an anesthesiologist, yes?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Now, sir, after the discovery of this bag and its contents, you understood or learned that Gerhard worked at Maui Memorial Hospital for a group called TMG or something like that, yes?
Yes.
And who is, well, let me ask it to you this way. Dean Terakawa who is Dean Terakawa in relation to this case?
Well, he's a detective who also assisted with the case.
Okay, so you were the lead detective, yes? But Detective Terakawa was I guess a partner detective kind of helping you with the case.
Just
yes?
assisting, yes.
Assisting, yes?
Yes.
And so there'd be things you if you were busy or had other things, you would tell Detective Terakawa, hey, go follow up with this, and he would do it, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, and then you would review as a lead detective his work and his reports, yes?
Yes.
And one of the things that you, or I guess, well, either instructed Detective Terakawa to do, or he, did as part of it, is after this work bag with the ID was found, you asked him to contact someone from Maui Memorial Medical Center, yes?
Yes.
And that person's name was Amber Bartle, correct?
Yes.
And Amber Bartle was the executive director of compliance for the hospital, right?
Correct.
She's the person that deals with compliance with, everything, you guys wanted to talk to her about the appropriateness of him having these, vials and things like that at his house, correct?
Yes.
And you interviewed her, right?
I didn't interview
I'm
her.
sorry. And Detective Terakawa interviewed her about it, right?
Yes.
And you guys have her contact information and you've been in touch with her. She was cooperative when you guys talked to her, yes?
Yes.
One second, Detective. That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Any reader?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we made good time today. I'm going to release you for the day. These are notebooks on your chair. No trial tomorrow, for sure. It's the holiday. I will ask you to come back on Friday. So we'll continue on Friday, 9:30. Come up to the fourth floor. Between now and when you come back, don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. You see the cameras, don't watch any media. There's reporting on it. Turn off the TV or walk out of the room if it starts to come onto the TV. I hope all of you have a safe drive home. I hope you enjoy and actually get some time off tomorrow. We'll see you all on Friday morning. All rise.
Did disclose to the court and argued, so the court should be aware that Ms. Bartow did provide a statement about Maui Medical's or their requirements for how anesthesiologists will get those syringes and vials for each case. And what Ms. Bartow told the police was not, it's okay for Dr. Konig to have those things. What she said is that each anesthesiologist will remove those items from what's called the Pyxis cart on a case-by-case basis. Now, the court excluded the state from getting into that, and I understand the court's reasoning.
It was a prior bad act, right? Or could be conceived as a prior bad act.
Yes, but now with the examination and the way the questions came out, it was heavily implied to the jury that Ms. Bartow is cooperative and would somehow testify that the defendant had absolute permission from Maui Medical to have those items. So I am asking the court to revisit that issue.
If I may, what was turned over in discovery is this, and I'll read it to you. Dear Detective Terracaw, I'm following up regarding an organizational review you had requested regarding our facilities policies. There are barcodes on all medication that are still in their commercial vials. We have 2 policies that govern how drugs are stored and accessed. Automated dispensing cabinet and controlled substances. There is not a specific policy for anesthesiologists. Within the policies address authorized access, distribution, handling, and the audit reconciliation. Since anesthesiologists are normally accessing the anesthesia Pyxis cart, during a procedure, they log into the Pyxis using their bio ID and it unlocks. They input what they're taking out of the Pyxis, document Pyxis transaction, and document in the electronic health record what they're administering to the patient. All of the meds on the list provided are non-controlled, and then it lists the meds. Please let me know if you also receive feedback on if the prosecutor, wants to do a search warrant for the locker in the facility. If you have clarifications, let me know. That's what we were provided, that there's no policy and that there was no policy violation, at least that she indicated. So simply asking him, he brought up what the detective did as part of this investigation. So I'm just following up on who else he interviewed, such as Jeff Miller and Amber Bartow. So, and he could have objected if he thought it was a problem, and he didn't. So that's all I asked is if he interviewed her, she was the compliance person, if he interviewed her. That doesn't now open the door to prior bad acts or anything like that.
Anything else you want to add, Mr. Konig?
I think the word using the phrase opening the door is not correct. Opening the door is involved with, the entrance of evidence that's inadmissible. And I'm not saying that what Mr. Otake was asking is, I'm not arguing that what he was saying was inadmissible. What I'm saying is it does make relevant, and it's essentially using the motions of limited ruling of this court as a sword rather than a shield. So that's the issue that's here.
No, I understand the argument because the impression is left that Ms. Bartow believe that this was complying with hospital policy.
I never asked that.
I understand. But at this point in time, the court's not going to take any further action. If there is other evidence that makes possession of the vials or medication and compliance with hospital policy relevant, then we can revisit the issue at that point in time.
I'm happy to revisit in the future if that happens. I'll also probably raise, before closing an argument.
I'm sorry?
I'll also probably raise before closing whether this is something that should be argued at this point as well.
Say that again, Mr. Martin.
I'll raise before closing whether there should be any limitations on the type of argument with regards to what, that type of evidence.
Oh, I understand, yes, okay. Anything else you want to take up on record?
Nothing else.
How about you, Mr. Ropati?
On record before Friday. Well, yes, actually, and I was gonna do it Friday, but it might be worth doing now.
Sure.
As the court is well aware, one of the main discovery rules is that we need to be provided with any statements of the defendant. We need to be provided with that prior to trial. I believe that Emil Konig will be testifying potentially on Friday. We have been provided with one recorded, well, we've been provided one recorded statement of an interview that was done by a Maui officer or detective of Emil Konig, in which he says certain things about what his father said to him, statements of the defendant. There were subsequent investigator report forms that were, given to us later, but that dealt with other issues like, bank accounts and things like that. It is extremely important that Emil Konig not be allowed to say anything else about what Dr. Konig, his dad, the defendant, said to him, because that's a statement by the defendant. So I just point that out, and I think if there's other things that he has said to the prosecutors that they plan to get into that hasn't been turned over to us, that's a problem. And if to assist the court with that, I don't know if the court wants his recorded statement or not. I think he should be informed that that's what he needs to limit it to, and be given, he should have an opportunity to read it. Because if there's other statements he's gonna say that was said to him, they have not been turned over to us. So that would be a big discovery violation and a big problem. And so I raise that now, so hopefully the state can advise him of that. And he can't go beyond the statements that have been provided in his recorded statement.
Mr. Garner, anything else you want to add?
Yes, Emil did provide a recorded statement to the Ryan Police. He also told several other people what he heard the defendant say that day. And Emil's characterizations of that conversation regarding that have been turned over to the defense. So the other places those are from is Peter Mast, Judith Mast, and Jessica Patella Ray. So Emil's statements about what the defendant told him come from those four sources. So the state also may ask, Emil was also asked, did the defendant, or did he tell you anything else? And Emil said no. So it is also fair game in the state's time to ask, you weren't told this, you weren't told that. But that's the universe that we're working in, is primarily Emil statements. And then there's some additional details provided in the other three statements as well.
So if I can clarify this, and this is where I have some concerns. So there was a recorded statement that he gave to the Maui detective in which he said Gerhard said certain things to him. And that's what was turned over as far as his statements about what the defendant said. Subsequently, or as they interviewed Ms. Konig's parents, Judy and Peter Mass. In those interviews, they double hearsay say, oh, Emil told us this. You know, Emil told us that his dad said this. But that wasn't Emil saying that his dad said this. Those are other people saying double hearsay what Emil's said his dad said. So that's different. That's not him saying it. So he should be limited to what the statements he gave to the detective that was turned over to us about what his father said. That's what the scope is as far as what he's told the detectives his father said. That's what was turned over to us. There was nothing else from him. Double hearsay from others saying, you know, this and that is different, and that wasn't turned over to us. If the prosecutors have talked to him about it since then, and he's told them more than what's in his recorded statement, then they should have informed us of that prior to the trial, which they did not.
Emil has not informed the state of any additional statements beyond what I discussed already. So
And that's what I'm talking about. Anything beyond what he told the detectives. Hold on. Anything beyond what he said to the detective in the detective interview, law enforcement interview, if he subsequently told the prosecutors more than that, they should have disclosed that to us. That, you know, on this date we interviewed him and he said the defendant also said this, this, and this, which apparently has happened and was not disclosed.
we're making a matter of more.
No, we're not.
We'll
This is
go-
critically important.
Okay. The defendant's statements to Emil Konig were disclosed in these 4 different interviews that I've referenced.
Okay.
He has not gone further than what has been disclosed in those statements.
Okay. He gave one recorded statement. And what I'm apparently hearing is there's been subsequent interviews of Emil with the prosecutors where he told them more than what's in his detective interview. And we have not received any subsequent follow-up report from prosecutors, investigators saying during this interview on December 10th, he told us, you know, these other things.
The question is Emil going to testify to anything that has already been, anything beyond what's already been turned over in discovery? That's the real issue.
And I do not believe that.
Anything beyond, but that, okay, so this is where, so the rule requires that any statements of the defendant that they know of, they need to turn over. That's the rule. Okay. They gave us the transcript of his recorded interview with the detective where certain things were said. Okay. That's if he has subsequently said other things to them directly, they should have turned that over to us. Now, double hearsay, you know, like Ari's parents saying, oh, he told us that Gerhard said this is double hearsay. It's not directly from him. If they followed up with him on that, and then he told them again on, you know, November 10th, December 10th, in phone calls with the prosecutors, that he said more than what was in the detective interview, they should have told us that. That should have been produced.
If it's anything new, I agree. And here's the rule.
It's new because if it's directly from him, it's new. It was never directly from him. It was always double hearsay.
This is what the rule requires. Any written or recorded statements and the substance of any oral statements made by the defendant needs to be turned over as part of disclosure by the prosecution. Anything beyond that, the court already ruled, granting defendant's motion in limine, it's paragraph number 9, that actually cites that rule, will prohibit the prosecuting attorney from using during trial any undisclosed statements, written or oral, beyond that of Rule 16b(1)(2), which I just cited. And we're going to follow that, right? So what needs to be turned over is any written or recorded statements of Dr. Konig, as well as the substance of any other oral statements that he might have made. And if it's in the discovery, That's gonna be the substance of the oral statements. That's why I asked, is there anything beyond what has already been turned over? And if the answer is no,
The answer is no.
if there is anything else beyond the substance, then that's gonna get precluded by the court's motion and limine.
The court wants to review the transcripts I've been discussing where it states 172, 174, 176, 178.
Wait, I'm sorry, 172, 174, 176,
178.
There really needs to do that?
No, I'm just pointing them out if we need to reference them later.
Okay.
There were two transcripts of Ms. Patellery. I can't remember which one Emil's statement about what the defendant said is in. So, anyway.
Anything else you were concerned about, Mr. Talking?
Nothing further on that. You know, Emil should be advised that he can't go beyond what's in there.
Do you want Mr. If there's a concern, do you want Mr. Garner to lead? You can think about that.
Well, I just want him to be advised that he can't just blurt out things that he's never told anyone yet about it. Well, I'm not saying I don't want Mr. Garner to lead, but I want Emil to just be advised that the scope of his testimony is limited to now what Mr. Garner has indicated. That's all.
Yeah, the order has granted defendant's request, prohibiting the state from using any undisclosed statements of the defendant. We're gonna follow that.
No, I understand, and I just want him to know that. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then, counsel, thank you. We'll adjourn for the day. Is there anything else we need to take up off record before I let you go?
I'll just
Off record, guys.
scheduling off record.
Yeah, we can do that up at the bench.
Thanks a lot.
Let me see. I think that might be the end of day 4. Yeah, that is the end of it. Okay, cool. So what that means for us is that we are all caught up. We have court tomorrow. They don't have any court today, but we do have court tomorrow. Looks like we winded down to the end of the state's case. I'm assuming they're going to call his son. And that's kind of what they were arguing in regards to the son's testimony. And I know he's going to testify, so I know he's going to be going into the defense case soon. I would say no later than Monday, we'll see him testify because, you know, he got to go on there and talk about it was just a scuffle. It has to be a scuffle. Can't be anything too violent. And she started it. So that's what's got to happen. So he got to get up there and say something different than what she said. Now, as far as let's see here. Yes, I think we did good on that one. I'm trying to see if there's anything else out here. No, not really. Yeah, so I set the alert. That's the only case that we got right now. Is that one? I'll put a poll up tomorrow because I would like to know where everybody stands. I mean, I think everybody kind of figure like he guilty, right? I don't know. It's kind of hard to do polls like when I know that like he guilty. I don't even have a way to pull him out of this mess. Yeah, I just don't think, I think her testimony was very credible and I don't think he has a way out of it, but we'll let the jury decide that. That's one thing about when the cases is over there on the East Coast, it sure make it for an early day. Okay. But yeah, that's what we got, an early day. We'll be back in court tomorrow. I am gonna stream some I'll probably stream some hood stuff in the morning. Only because we don't have to be in court till 12:30 because we're gonna be in Hawaii. So it will have me starting the stream like way later. So I will probably I'll probably do that a little later. I'll probably stream that early, and then that way we can go into this case later, because it's not gonna be until 12:30 my time, which is 3:30 East Coast time, and everybody else will have to adjust. We just finished up the Hawaii one, Susie. Yeah, that was the end of it. That was just the end of it, of yesterday's testimony. So we caught up. You know, they don't have trial today. So for anybody, Hawaii was not scheduled for today. So they don't have any live streaming today. They won't be back in court until tomorrow to 12:30 Mountain Standard Time, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, and everything else. Did that answer your question? So once we end the stream today, yeah, we're done with our court cases for today. Got a verdict in the other one where she's found not guilty. And then this one, we finished up what we needed to do on this one. Did you put it in there for Claire? Claire, you see that? They want you to come over there on Discord. Let me see. Here is the link for it, for the Discord. Discord. All right, guys. Well, I thank you guys for hanging out. We'll be back in court tomorrow. I do have an update that I want to do. So I'll do that tomorrow. They camera's still real bad in there, drunkie. Have a good one, Rachel. Let's see. Yeah, I know you do, especially being on the East Coast. You say you like the early days. Me too sometimes. I'm about to go back and get in my bed. Oh, really? I wish they would fix that camera. I would have liked to see how she gonna put what her defense is, because she gonna have to testify. I think she has to get up there and say that, and she's gonna have to get up there and say some things about those text messages. You know, not about the text message, about why she shot through that door. I think it's kind of like almost like a self-defense kind of claim. So yeah, I think she does. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and put on our outro song, and we will be back up in here tomorrow at 12:30. Make sure you have your notification bell on and everything, so you can be notified for the stream. I will drop the link in Discord. I've been trying to be conscious of doing that in Discord, just in case YouTube want to act funny and don't want to send you the thing, but I've been trying to do it on both platforms. Shout out to the mods, shout out to all the chatters, all our new subs and new members. Appreciate you all. Thanks for dropping by, and peace.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, shadows showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapists you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A bandit king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope that truly lasts. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taking to trial. Just Sweet Pea in the mouth and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
Okay, guys, enjoy your early day, and I will see you up in this courtroom tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow. All right, guys. Peace.